This course was supposed to be a paid course. We're still debating, but for now it's free. I can confidently say that this course was built as the one course I wish I had stumbled upon when I was trying to build my first professional e-commerce website. It might stay free, it might not, so enjoy it while it is. And if you're watching this, it still is. In this course, you will learn how to build a stunning, modern, and professional e-commerce website. Let me show you. So here, as you can see, we have a beautiful homepage. Here is our navigation, then we have our hero section, and you can see here this subtle animation on the shoe. Next, as we scroll down, we can see our latest collection items. We can see that one item is out of stock, and more about that later. And here we have a beautiful banner for coaching. Next, we have our newsletter. And finally, we have our footer with a bunch of links and access to legal pages. Now let's scroll back up, and here you can see we have a search icon. So let me type ebook, and there you go. Here is our ebook, and if I click on it, we get to the product page. And yes, we'll be selling also digital products on this website, but not only, because we'll be selling simple physical products, variable physical products like this beautiful Astra Run Cinco model. So your customers here, for example, can pick a size and a color with these beautiful variation swatches that are matched by the corresponding images. We'll also sell digital products, as you saw, and in our case, we'll be selling ebooks. But that's not all, because we'll also sell virtual products like coaching sessions. Next, group products, which are ideal if you want to group a family of products together. And finally, affiliate products, so that you can make commissions on external third-party products, like on Amazon, for example. I will also teach you how to create simple funnels like this one, where you have a beautiful page that you could use for Black Friday, for example, with a beautiful and modern checkout. And if you want to take it a step higher, I will teach you how to create a more complex funnel like this one, where you can make an upsell offer to your customer, and if they skip the offer, they get a last chance with a downsell offer. And whatever they chose, they will land on a beautiful thank you page. Now in the navigation, if we hover over shop, you can see the various categories. Now let's go to the main page, and here you can see all the various categories. You can also filter the shop by price, by status. You can see our hottest deals with products on sale. And from a glimpse, you can see which product is out of stock. And now let me scroll back up. You can access a category by clicking on it or straight from the navigation. Next, still in our navigation, you can access the new arrivals page with a modern and sleek design. You can decide the number of products on this page and from which category they should come from. Now let's scroll back up, and next we have our collections page. Now that's a beautiful page where you can really showcase your brand and your products. So you can decide which category you want to put in the spotlight. You can even group categories together with a parent category. And I will show you how to do that. Next, let's scroll back up, and still in the navigation, you see social icons. And I will show you how to link it to your own socials. And next here in the header, you see our cart icon. And if I click on it, you see this sleek animation and a minimal and modern looking cart. From there, we can either go to the checkout or to view our cart. And here we can apply coupons, and I will teach you how to create and apply coupons. And here you can see our subtotal. I will teach you how to create shipping rules. Here we have the free shipping that will change based on where your customers are from. I will also teach you how to set up your taxes, whether automatically or manually. You will learn how to create a beautiful and modern store checkout that will replace the original WooCommerce store checkout. Now on our checkout, as you can see, I will teach you how to add stripes so people can pay for your products with credit cards. Next, I will show you how you can manage customers' reviews. I will show you how your customers can access their account, from the dashboard to the orders, how they can access their invoices, how they can access their downloads, change their addresses, billing and shipping, manage their payment methods, and their account details. Next, I will also show you how the shop manager can manage their orders. I will also show you how they can view their sales in real time and how they can receive emails when new orders are placed. And talking about emails, I will show you how you can both manage and style the content of your emails, from the customer's account creation to completed orders and even to a basic tracking system. Next, I will show you how to edit the contact page with the Google Map and a contact form. But that's not all. I will show you how to create legal pages with an internal navigation. And of course, and that's super important nowadays, your website will look good also on the tablet and of course on the king itself, the smartphone. Hello, I'm Kay from the Astra team and I'll be honored to be your instructor for this course. And first of all, you might be wondering, why watch this course when there's plenty others out there? Well, for one, before making videos here on YouTube, I used to run a small web design studio for years. So my perspective comes from the real world of building websites professionally. The website alone is worth a few $1,000s. Now for two, we are providing the course files so you can follow along and build exactly the same website I'll be building on screen. And for three, this course does not skip on one of the most fundamental features in today's world, which is the fact that your website should also work and look good on tablet and smartphones. So as mentioned, we'll be using free tools to build this website with one tiny exception that you don't even need to build a website. And it's basically the advanced sales funnel. But don't worry, because first of all, you don't need this to complete this website. It's just like the cherry on the cake. And second, in this course, I also show you how to build a simple funnel with a free tool. So yeah, you can completely build this cash machine website with free tools. But don't let that fool you, as this website alone is worth a few $1,000s. Anything from 5 to 20K plus, depending on where you live. Actually, when I was running my small agency, a simple e-commerce website started at 5K. So just imagine, and it was simple. Like it was the basic, no variations, just the most simple e-commerce website. Still looking good, of course, but simple in terms of features. So just imagine how much you could charge for this one. And of course, I'm talking about professional e-commerce websites here, which you'll be able to make once you've completed this course. This course is quite long, so don't hesitate to use the chapters feature of YouTube if you want to quickly access a specific lesson. And if you think I'm going too slow or too fast, don't forget you can use the playback speed feature to suit your preferred pace. So if you get any value out of this course, please give it a thumbs up. I don't ask often, but I think this is the time to do it. And of course, if you're not subscribed, are you serious? Come on, it's just one click. Okay, let me check. Oh, you did it. Thank you. So whether you want to create your first e-commerce website with your own products, or maybe you want to start making a living by creating e-commerce websites for your clients, once again, I can confidently say that this course was built as the one course I wish I had stumbled upon when I was trying to figure everything out and build my first professional e-commerce website. Now, in the next segment, let's discuss the methodology used for this course. This course is divided into 6 easy and clear sections to help you build your modern and professional e-commerce website with WordPress and WooCommerce. Domain and hosting, website setup, website content and sales funnels, website optimization, e-commerce settings, and e-commerce experience. First, I will show you how to get a domain name and web hosting so that your website can be made available to the public. Next, I will show you how to set up your website in a few clicks with a starter template, as well as the initial settings you need to set up if you want to start building your website. Next, we'll edit and add our website content, as well as create our sales funnels. After that, we'll optimize our website for tablets and smartphones, and we'll clean up our WordPress install. Next, we will go through all the settings that we need to set up if we want our website to be fully functioning. And finally, we'll look at a few scenarios for the full e-commerce experience, both from the standpoint of the customer and the seller. Now, disclaimer, creating such a course can take from a few weeks to months, so it's impossible to create just one course for all WordPress themes and site builders. So in this course, we'll be using the Astra theme and the Spectra Visual Website Builder, which, disclaimer, we created. And of course, we do believe in our products. And we'll be using the free versions of both Astra and Spectra so that everybody can follow along. Now, this course is already long enough, so we will reference other resources when needs be. For example, we already created a very thorough video about the checklists you should go through before launching your website. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel here. And we will just link that video in the description so that when you're ready to launch, you can just go through it. And the same applies for other topics or resources that we will reference. Now, very important. We'll be building our website on the WordPress platform. And if you're not familiar with WordPress, there are two versions. The commercial version hosted on WordPress.com and the open source version hosted on WordPress.org. Well, in our case, we'll be using the second one on WordPress.org. Now, in the next segment, I will show you how to get and use the project course files and its workflow. Creating an e-commerce website requires organization, and we want to make your learning as frictionless as possible. So we will provide the course files for you so that you can follow along exactly with the same files that I'll be using. You'll find a link to the course files in the description of this video, somewhere near the top. Now, once you've downloaded the zip file, if you're on the Mac, you can just double click and it will automatically extract the folder. And if you're using a Windows or Linux PC, depending on which version you're using, just right click on your zip and you should find extract in the contextual navigation. Now, once you're inside this folder, you will find additional subfolders. So let's start with web assets. Here you will find all the media assets as well as the download files for the project. And if I change the view here, as you can see, the key is to stay organized. So I'm trying to follow a naming convention. You can pick any convention you want, or you can just get inspired by what I've done here once you build your own website with your real products. But the idea is that you want to put at least one keyword so that you can easily find it in the media library of your website by just typing a keyword. But also you want it to be organized so that even here visually, you can quickly identify what you want. You want the logo, well, all the logos are grouped together because it's following the same naming convention. And that is super important for any website project, but even more for an e-commerce website. Next, let me open an image. And you can see here, the size of this image is 71 kilobytes. Now let's pick another random one. Let's take this one, 100 kilobytes. So the idea here is that you really want to optimize your images. And when I say optimize, of course, if you put a very bad quality, you can have a very small size, but that's not what we want. We want a compromise between a good size and good quality. And if you don't know how to do this, well, first of all, you don't need to do it because we're providing all the files. But if you want to know how to do it for your own project and your own images, then you're in luck because we created a video on the matter and I will link to it in the description of this video. Okay, next we have the text subfolder, and here you'll find all the information you need for the pages, the products, and the CartFlows funnels. So for example, here I opened the text file for our legal pages, and all you need to do is just copy and paste, and I will show you visual guidance on screen. Now let me show you another one. In products, let me go for this one. So this is the Astra Brand Uno. It's a variable product. So you get all the information here. All you need to create these variable products. You even get the color codes. You get everything. And finally, you get a folder called CSS. And this is super easy. It's CSS code we provided. All you need to do is copy and paste it, and we show you exactly where. Now, we're almost ready to start building our website, but before we can do this, we need a way to make our website publicly available online. So in the next segment, I will show you how to get a domain name and web hosting. Think of a domain name as the address of a building. With that address, we can easily locate and reach that building. So in the same way, with the domain name, users can easily be redirected to a website and access its content. Now, if we go back to our initial analogy, the address gets you to the building, but the building itself is made of stone, wood, and other construction material. The building has several rooms, as well as furniture and decoration on the wall. And in the same way, web hosting provides space for the content of your website, like code, script, text, and images that are physically sitting on a computer called a server, which allows the rest of the world to access your content. So I'm going to walk you through getting your own domain name and web hosting. So personally, I prefer using private mode when I do a purchase. So I open private mode on my browser, and now I can go to hostingguard.com and click enter. Next, I'm going to click on WordPress, And then I'm just going to scroll down, and here you see the various plans. Now for the first year, you can get plans as little as $2.49 per month, and this comes with a free domain name. Now the business plan is the most popular plan because, as you may imagine, it comes with more bells and whistles. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use the cheapest plan. So click on Add to Cart, and next you need to choose a period. Now if you choose to pay monthly, first of all, it's going to be way more expensive because it's $11.99, and you don't get the free domain. Now if you choose 12 months, you will pay $2.99 per month, and that decreases if you want to stay longer. But I'm gonna stick with 12 months. You can always upgrade later. So next, you need to create your account. You can either log in with Google or Facebook, or you can create your account with your email address. So I'm gonna do that in a moment, but as you can see here below, we have the Select Payment screen. And here you can select your favorite mode of payments. In my case, I'm going to use credit card, and then just fill in the self-explanatory form. And once you're done with it, click on Submit Secure Payment. So now I'm just going to fill in the information and proceed. Alright, so let me click on Secure Payment. And there you go. I'm being redirected to the control panel. And next, click on Skip. I don't want personalized experience. Next, click on Skip, create an empty website. And here you got three options. You can claim your free domain, which is what we're going to do. You can buy a new domain, or you can use an existing domain. In our case, we're going to claim a free domain. Click on Select and enter the desired domain name. Now, historically, the .com is considered the best domain, especially for businesses. But if you cannot find the domain you want with the .com, there are plenty of other extensions. So let me click on Search, and the domain is available. So let's click on Continue. Next, select the primary details like the country and whether the website is personal or for a company. So select your preferred option and click on Next Step. Next, enter your contact details, and once you're done, click on Finish Registration. So now it's registering your domain, so just sit back and relax. Great, now you can select your server location. So if you click on the pencil icon, you will see this map, and by default right now we are in North America, in Arizona. But let's say you are in Europe and most of your customers are in Europe, you may want to select a different one like France, United Kingdom. You get the idea. But right now I'm going to leave it as it is. So click on Change and Finish Setup. And here at the bottom you see a Setup Progress bar. Well done, you're ready. And here you can either view your website but there's nothing in it, or you can go to the Control panel, which is what we're going to do. So click on Manage Site. And before we do anything, we need to verify our email address. Now, very important. Right after your purchase, you will receive this email from Hostinger. If you don't see it, just check your spam folder. So let's open it. And next you want to click on Verify Email to verify your account. If you open your email from a different browser, you will need to log back in. But if you're in the same browser, you will land here. So our email address is now verified. So next you see here Premium Web Hosting, so click on Manage. So as you can see, the web hosting is already connected to the domain name that we selected. Next, let's install WordPress. So click on Auto Installer and select WordPress. Give your website a name. Make sure the administrator email is correct. Choose an administrator username and give it a password. And make sure you follow the guide to ensure your password is compliant. There you go. Next, click on the advanced arrow. And if you want to install your website in a subdirectory, you can enter the subdirectory name here, but we're not going to do that. And next, it's asking you to choose a database. There is no database, so the only option is to create a new database. Now give your database a password, and once again, follow the guide. Now, it's super important that you write down your passwords in a safe place. Alright, let's scroll down and click on Next. Next, we have a few more options here, like the application version, but we can leave it as recommended. And if you don't want to install WordPress in English, you can click on the drop-down and select your preferred language. Next, you can choose your update schedule between turn off automatic application updates, update only to minor version, or always update to the latest available version. Now, we're going to leave it as recommended. update only to minor version. Click on install and enjoy the short flight. Awesome. So we're still in Hostinger, and this is the dashboard within Hostinger with specific options such as force HTTPS, which is enabled by default. And next, you can enable maintenance mode if you don't want other people to see your website while you're working on it. So you can toggle it on or off. I'm going to leave it off at the moment. Next, you can install a cache plugin. That would be the topic for another video, but just know that with Hostinger, you have a few options that make creating your website a breeze. Now, to access the WordPress dashboard, click on Admin Panel, and when you do that from Hostinger, you are automatically logged in. So here you have an onboarding process from Hostinger, but we're just going to click on Dashboard, and from here you can start building your website. Now, in the next segment, I will show you how to set up your WooCommerce website. Now, a little disclaimer. Setting up such a course can take weeks, if not months, so some of the user interface you will see in this course might change in the future. And unfortunately, there is no quick solution if that happens. But most of the time, the changes are minor. So for example, if one setting has been changed from the left to the right or vice versa, you might think it's not there anymore, but upon close inspection, you'll find all the things are still there. Maybe they switch places or they might look visually different. So no panic if you're watching this video in the future and that happens. You might need to do a little digging around, but more than likely it's still there. Now, whether you're using the web hosting showcase in the previous segment, or maybe you already have your web hosting, you should see something like this. So the first thing we're going to do is click on Screen Options in top right corner, and we're just gonna clean up all of this. So I'm just gonna remove all of it and click on the Screen Options to toggle it back off. Next, let's do a bit more of a cleanup. So let's go to Pages, All Pages, and I'm just going to select both of these pages and move to Trash. Click on Apply, and let's clean it completely. Let's go to the trash and click on Empty Trash. All right, next, let's go to Plugins, Install Plugins, and once again, I'm gonna select all plugins here and click on Delete, Apply, and click OK. Next, click on Add Plugin, and we're going to install a plugin called Starter Templates. So just type Starter Templates in the dedicated field, click on Install, and Activate. Next, we're going to select Classic Starter Templates, so Build with Templates. And for the page builder, for this course, we'll be using the blog editor, as we'll be using the Spectra Visual Website Builder. Now the library is syncing, and we're going to install a free template. That's going to save us a ton of time. So let's go to Ecommerce, Online Shop, and let's scroll down. And the one we want is this one, Fashion Designer. Now, if you don't want to do all the scrolling, you can just type Fashion Designer, and there you go. So let's click on it, and here we can add our logo. So click on Upload File here, click on Select Files, and in the course files, you will see a folder called 01 Web Assets. And instead of just adding the logo, I'm actually going to add all the media we need for this project. So it's done. So I'm just going to select all files, Command A on a Mac and Control plus A on a Windows or Linux PC, and click Open. And now let's just wait until everything is uploaded. Okay, so next we can just scroll down and select one of our logos, or what we can do is just type logo. And because we named our files in a smart way, then it's super easy to find. So I'm going to use this one here and click on Select. Next, for the font pair, I'm going to choose this one, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to change this anyway. And for the color palette, I'm going to take this color palette, which is palette number 6. If I start from the top, even though here it says color palette style 5, but you see the one I'm talking about. Next, click on Continue. And here we can select the features we want on our website. So by default, it comes with the Spectra Page Builder, the contact form plugin, the e-commerce plugin, WooCommerce namely. And here we're also adding a plugin to ensure the delivery of our emails, which is crucial, especially on an e-commerce website. Next, we have more goodies, but the one we're going to add is the sales funnel. So make sure you select this one. Hey, video editor K here. So there's been some changes since this was recorded, and if you don't see the sales funnels option, I will show you how to install it in the segment dedicated to CartFlows sales funnels. Okay, back to the video. and then click on continue. Next, you can fill in some details to help out developers serve you even better in the future. Next, make sure these two options are toggled on. Click I understand and then click on submit and build my website. And I'll sit back, relax, and enjoy the short flight. And there you go. And it only took 49 seconds to build. Yeah. Next, click on view your website. And there you go. This is the foundation we're going to start from. As you can see, it looks very professional, but we'll make it look even better. So next, click on Customize, and that takes us to the Astra Theme Customizer. Because yes, when we installed that starter template, it also installed the Astra theme, one of the most popular WordPress themes of all time, as well as Spectra, the visual website builder. Wait, I know this guy. So first, let's go to Site Identity, and let's select our site icon. Next, I'm just going to type icon. And we can see our branded icon here. So let me click on it and click on select. Next, click on skip cropping. And as illustrated here, this is what your website users will see in their browser tab. Next, click on site title and logo settings. And let's click on the responsive control. Let's go in tablet mode. And here you see an option, different logo for mobile devices. So let's toggle this on and let's select our image. Once again, we can type logo and we'll choose this one here. Click on choose image and let's give it a width of 60 pixels. And this is for the tablet mode. Now let's go into mobile mode and let's make it 50 pixels. All right, so now let's go back in desktop mode and let's go back one more. Then click on global, colors, and here at the bottom you see site background. Now you can't really see what it does unless I show you this. So I'm just going to click on site background, then scroll down, and I'm going to change this code by this code. And now you can see the difference. And we'll need this for later. Next, let's scroll back up. Let's go back and click on typography. And here for the body font, you want to click on the edit icon and make sure it's set to pop-ins. Now let me close this. And let me click on headings font. So right now it's set to Inter. And once again, you want to switch it to pop-ins. And here it is. So let me click on it. Now let's close this. Now let's go back one level. Then click on scroll to top and enable scroll to top. And this is the icon you see here. So now as we scroll, we can just click and go back to the top. Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't have guessed it. All right, so let's click on the design tab. And even though the color already appears, we just want to make sure we set it to what we want. So background color, let's pick this color here. Background hover color, let's pick this color. And for the icon color, let's pick color number 5. And once again, for the hover color, color number 5. So now, as we hover over our icon, you can see the changes reflected. Okay, so let's go back one more level. Then let's go to WooCommerce. Go to product catalog. And here it's loading our catalog. So you want to scroll down, scroll some more. And for the default product sorting, you want to select sort by most recent. Well, you're free to pick anything, but for this specific website we're building, this is the option we'll be choosing. All right, let's scroll back up. Let's go back one level, one more. And here at the bottom, you see additional CSS. So next you want to go to the course files and open this text file here. And we're going to copy the whole code. And basically, if you're not familiar with shortcuts on the keyboard, I did Command A on a Mac or Control A on a Windows Linux PC to select everything. Then Command C or Control C to copy. And now as we're back in WordPress, I'm going to paste it. But first, let me show you what it does. So if I go to the home page, let me scroll down. And you see here we have a form. And the form is very stylish, but it comes with rounded corners. Not really the style we're looking for here for this project. So let me paste it with Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC. And now you see the difference. We now have sharp corners instead of rounded corners for both the form and the button. Now, the last part of the code is for a very specific feature we'll see later on in the course. Because basically we're going to create a dedicated navigation for the legal pages. And when you're in mobile mode, it opens a pop-up window, a modal window. And this is just to add some spacing. Because for this window, we're using a core WordPress block, which didn't come with that option. So we're fixing it with CSS. And the beauty of it, you don't need to learn it, just copy and paste it. All right, so we've done a lot of changes, so let's make sure we publish so that we don't lose our work. And now let's scroll back up, let's go back one level, and let's click on Header Builder. And the first thing we want to do is to delete this widget here. So the HTML1 widget is what you see here on top, some sale up to 40% off. Now that might be nice to add when you actually have a sale. So now you know how to do it. But for the time being, I'm just going to remove this widget. But if you want to put it back, all you need to do is just click on a plus sign and click on HTML1. And there you go, it's back up. Now let's delete it for the time being. Let's hover over the social icons and click on the little pencil icon. So as you can see, now we have access to all these options here. Now I'm going to remove this one. And next, you can just click on the little arrow for the drop down and you can paste any URL you want. So I'm going to paste this one and then do the same for Facebook and YouTube. All right. And if you want to see the result, let's hit publish. And now on the front end, let me click here on the YouTube link. And there you go. It opened the page in a new tab. Next, you see the icon here, the cart icon. So let's click on the pencil to edit. And here where you see cart label, we're just going to select all of this text and remove it. So basically, we're removing the fact that the amount that is currently in the cart is shown on the header. Now you may like it, but for this project, we're going to remove it. Now there is an option here that somehow does that, but it only works when the cart is empty. If the cart has items in it, it will show the amount. So that's why we remove the shortcode here. All right, next, hover over the avatar icon here, the My Account icon, and click on the pencil. Now for the profile type, we're going to select icon. And you want to make sure the account URL is the correct one, because at the time being, it's actually not. But if you want to know how to find a URL or web address of one of the pages of your website, all you need to do is go back in the WordPress admin, then go to Pages, All Pages. And here we can see the My Account page. So here you see View, and all you need to do is right click and copy the link. That depends on which browser you're using, but it will be something like copy link address, or copy clean link. Now let's go back. Let's remove this URL and let's paste it. You also want to make sure the log.view is set to the icon profile type. But now here where you see login URL, as you can see, it is still linking to the website demos, which is the website for the starter template demos. So we want to select everything, delete it, and we're just going to paste what we just copied. The My Account page is the same URL. So I'm going to paste it. And before I publish, let me show you what happens. So now I'm on the front end and I am logged out. And if I click on the icon here, it's taking me to this page. Now let's take a look at the URL. And as you can see, it's the demo website for starter templates, which is not what we want. So back in the customizer where we pasted the correct URL, now we're going to hit publish. And now if we go back to the front end, let's refresh our page. And now if I click on the icon, it's taking me to the correct page. All right, let's go back one level, one more, and click on Footer Builder. So here, you want to hover over the logo, click on the edit icon, and you can't see it here because it's white on white. But if you click here, you'll see there is something. So we're just going to remove this, then click on Add Media. And here, I'm just going to type logo and select this file here. Then click on Insert into Post. But as you can see, it's way too big. So once again, just click here. And then you can drag the handle until it's somewhere around 65 pixels wide. Next, hover over the icons here, so the social icons, and hit the pencil to edit. So let's remove this one. And just like before, we're just gonna open it and paste the URL. One for Instagram, one for Facebook, And next we can add a new one. So here I'm just going to look for YouTube, click on add social icon, open a drop down, and let's paste the URL. Let's close this and let's hit publish. Next, let's hover over the address, hit the edit icon, click on got it for the first time. And here you can see our text. So I'm just going to replace the text. I'm also going to change the phone number. And of course, you can change the email address. I'm just going to leave it as is. Now we will change the rest of the footer later. You can see we have some menus here. We will do that later. But for the time being, let's just click on publish and let's close the customizer. Next, hover over the name of the website and let's go back to the dashboard. And as you can see, there's a ton of things here, but we'll clean it up later. So next, go to plugins. Now let's scroll down and we're going to select this plugin here. Check out plugins strap for WooCommerce. Hey, it's Video Editor K again. Well, after finishing the editing of this course, I was informed that the Checkout Plugins plugin, which I initially used to accept credit card payments with Stripe, was not going to be available anymore. But no panic, because I'm going to show you how to use the WooPayments plugin instead later on in the course. So if you see any reference to the Checkout Plugins plugin, keep this in mind. Okay, back to the video. Checkout Plugins strap for WooCommerce, as well as SureMail. Then in bulk actions, you want to click on deactivate and hit apply. We will reactivate those plugins later, but for the time being, we don't need it. Next, let's go to pages, all pages. And here we have two pages that say no title. You can safely delete those pages. So I'm just going to select both of these, then click on bulk actions and move to trash. Don't be scared. You can do it. You can do it. Now we will deal with content in another segment in the course, but for the time being, we're just going to quickly create some pages and reorder pages. So click on add page. Let's close this. Name the page legal and then click on the little eye icon. We don't want that text to actually show on the page. We will do it a different way. So click on the eye icon and click on publish and publish one more time. Now let's go back. So click on the top left here. Once again, click on add page. Let's call this one disclaimer. Let's mute the title. And then here where you see parent, click on it. Click on the drop down and type legal. Select the legal page and hit publish. Publish one more time. And now let's go back. And as you can see, the disclaimer page is now under the legal page. That's the way we want it. We want to organize our pages and it makes sense. We have a bunch of pages that are under the legal page. So let's repeat the operations. We have a few more to add. Terms and conditions, mute the title, parent page, legal, and publish. Let's go back, add page. This one is privacy policy, mute the title, and you know the drill now, legal page, and publish. And by the way, the privacy page is a super important page on your website, but the legislation is so different from one country to another that it's best to use a plugin, like a cookie consent plugin. If you're in Europe, it will be something like GDPR. And if you are in the US, it's another set of rules. If you're in Brazil, it's another set of rules. You get the idea. So if you go to the WordPress.org plugins page and just type cookie, for example, you'll find a bunch of plugins. Now, we haven't tested all these plugins, but a lot of these are under subscription. So if you want an alternative, that's just a one-off payment. I have personally tested this one, WordPress GDPR and CCPA. It's very complete, has an excellent rating. It's pretty cheap for what it does, and it's just, like I said, a one-off payment. Not sponsored here, just really sharing what I've been using. Let's add some more. Add page. And this one is refund policy. Mute. Change parent. And publish. And let's add one more. Add page. And let's call it legal information. Let's mute it and let's change its parent page. Publish and publish one more time. And now what we want to do is we want to reorganize our pages. Because yes, if you only have 5 pages, it's fine. But as you start growing the number of pages, it becomes hard to see visually the sitemap of the website. So that's a personal preference, but it's much better also for organization purposes. And it's super fast and easy to do. So let's start. Let's hover over home, click on quick edit, and make sure the order number is set to 0. Click on update. Now let's hover over about, quick edit, and we could put 1 and it would come under home. But the thing is, you never know, you may want to have some other pages later down the road that would be between the home and the about page. So instead of 1, we'll put something like 10 or 20 so that it leaves room for other pages in case you need it. So let's play on the safe side. Let's play with 20. Then click on update. Now let's scroll down, and where you see shop, quick edit, let's give it a value of 30 and hit update. Next, the contact page, quick edit, let's give it a value of 40, update. Next, legal, quick edit, let's give it 50 and update. Now let's select my account. Let's hover over it, quick edit, let's give it a value of 90 and hit update. And next we want to select a bunch of pages, cart, checkout, collections, and if we scroll down, new arrival, and then you see here bulk action. So click on it, click on edit, then click on apply. And here we can select the parent page for all of these pages. So click on the drop down and let's make the shop page as its parent. Then click on update. All right, so now as you can see, it refreshed the page and now it's all organized. We have a home, about, then we have our shop, our contact page, our legal page with all the pages under it. And actually we can do the same thing for the sub pages. So quick edit on disclaimer. This time, let's give it 1. Terms and condition as 2. Refund policy as 3. Privacy policy as 4. And legal information as 5. Now I could have done the same thing, 10, 20, 30, you get the idea. And now let's refresh the page. And as you can see, the exact order we decided is represented here. So that makes it way easier to organize things visually and have everything easy to find. Okay, now let's move on to some WordPress settings. So you want to go to Settings, General, and here first of all you can change the site title, which is what you see here. Next you can add a tagline, in this case run like never before. Next you can change the site icon, but we already did that. You can change the administration email address, as well as a bunch of other self-explanatory options. Now one option that's pretty important is the time zone. So make sure you select the correct time zone so that all the time you see on your orders and all of that is really reflecting where your store is based. Next, you can change date formats, time formats, and so on. So once you're happy with your changes, hit Save Changes, and let's go to the reading page. And first of all, you want to make sure your home page is set to home. It should be by default because we installed the starter template, but this is where you decide which page on your website is considered the home page. Next, you have the post page, and we're not going to add a blog on this website, but if you're interested, make sure you take a look at this video once you're done with this course, because in this video, I'll show you how to create a blog, actually 3 different ways for you to create a blog. But let's stay focused. You're finally going to build this e-commerce website. So stick with me. Next, you see search engine visibility. So while you're building the website, it's encouraged to select this option. Discourage search engines from indexing this website. Make sure you don't forget to unselect this option once you want to go live. This with a bunch of other things you want to do when you launch a website, but we'll talk about this later. So for me, I'm just going to leave it off because this is just a demo website. But if you're building your website for a live one, you want to select this. Next, hit Save Changes. And next, let's click on permalinks. And here by default, it's set to post name, which is what is recommended. But you have other type of structures with day name, month and name, and so on. It really depends on if you have a specific use case for those options, but they do exist. We also have the same thing for the products permalinks. So here, once again, you can change the structure of the URLs. Here it's set to custom base with product / and then the rest of the URL. But you could change it to items or whatever you want to use. But let's keep it simple. It's actually better to leave it like this. It makes sense, product. So let's hit save changes. And next here at the bottom, you see privacy. So let's click on this. So here you can either create a new privacy policy page, but we don't want to do that. We already created it, if you recall. So all we need to do is select that page here in the dropdown. And because everything has been nicely organized, it's super easy to find. Legal and privacy policy. Then click on use this page. So now WordPress knows when there's anything related to privacy policy, this is the page to link to. Now here you see policy guide. So let's click on it. And here it's giving you a policy guide. Yeah, I know, on what to put on your privacy page. But I would really advise you to seek the help of a professional. I know many people don't want to do it, but I think if you're serious about creating a website and even more an e-commerce website, at the very least, you could purchase some templates, legal templates from actual lawyers in the country where your shop is operating, because there are so many laws depending on the countries. You just want to make sure. So that would be the bare minimum. Now you can look it up online. Maybe some attorneys, lawyers put it up for free. Make sure you have the right to use that source and make sure it's really related to, once again, where your shop is operating. Now, the best thing to do would be to just go and consult a lawyer. So sure, it's going to cost a little bit of money, but at least in terms of the law, it's bulletproof. Now let's talk about user roles. So for that, let's go to users, add user. And here, as you can see, we have several roles. And the default WordPress role is subscriber. It just allows you to be a member of the website, but you don't get any special permission unless it's defined in a membership plugin, for example. But that's beyond the scope of this course. Next, we have contributor, author, editor, and administrator. Of course, the administrator is the top role, and the administrator can create any type of account. Now, for WooCommerce specifically, the administrator, of course, can do everything, but then the shop manager can also do a lot of things within WooCommerce. Basically, the shop manager can run the whole WooCommerce website without the administrator privileges. So if you're building the website, but you're not going to run the website and you don't want to give administrator privileges to someone, well, you can just create an account with the shop manager role. And last but not least, if you look at this list, you have the customer role. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, if you want more info about roles and permissions, I'll put a link in the description below. Okay, next, here in the top left corner, you see store coming soon. So let's click on this. And you can see right now it's set to coming soon. We want to set it to live. But before I show you, let's take a look at the front end. So for example, let's click on shop. And as you can see, we get this generic message. Great things are on the horizon. Something big is brewing. Our store is in the works and will be launching soon. And once again, that's very handy while you're developing the website. But here in our case, I'm just going to turn this off and pretend we're going live. So back in WordPress, let me select live and hit save changes. Now, as you can see, the label disappeared, or at least it's now set to live here in the top left corner. And back to the front end, let me refresh. And there you go. Now let's go back to our dashboard. And here you can see WooCommerce Setup. You can see we're at step 4 of 6. Now you can either click here, start selling, or where you see WooCommerce, just click on the label. Click on WooCommerce, and that triggers the WooCommerce onboarding. Click on Set up my store. Now select an option here. I'm going to go with the first one. I'm just starting my business. Continue. Give your store a name. Select an industry. For me, clothing and accessories. Where is your store located? Let's say United States. Or actually, let me just type Florida. Put your email address and click continue. Next, these are all plugins. We don't want all of that, so I'm just gonna get rid of this one. Hi, it's your favorite video editor again. And as mentioned earlier, this is the plugin we will end up using, so you might as well leave it selected here. But in case you didn't, no panic, because I will show you how to install it from scratch, which we will deal with later on in the course. Okay, back to the video. This one, this one, this one, this one. And basically, I'm just going to keep the print shipping labels with WooCommerce shipping. I'm going to remove those two. And I'm also going to keep the WooCommerce tags. Next, click on continue. And we are automatically redirected here. Now it's asking us to get paid with WooPayments, which we will deal with later on in the course. Next, collect sales tax. We'll do that by the end of the course. Right now, we want to keep things simple. So let's click on Launch Your Store, number 5. And then click on Launch Your Store. And there you go. Your store is now live. Well, I thought it was already, but hey. So let's click on Visit Your Store. And now let's go back to WordPress Admin, hover over the name of the website and click on Dashboard. So here I'm going to click on Screen Options and I'm just going to remove WooCommerce Setup and click back on Screen Options. We'll take care of CartFlows later, which is the tool we're going to use to create our funnels to boost our sales, but that's for later in the course. Now, as mentioned earlier, we'll take care of all the e-commerce settings later on in the course, but for the time being, we still need to change a few things in WooCommerce settings just so that I can demonstrate some of the things on the website. So hover over WooCommerce, then let's go to settings. And before we can actually make the change, as you can see, we get this prompt to connect for the WooCommerce shipping and tax plugins. Now, we don't want to do it now and we don't want to see that prompt all the time. So once again, we're going to go to plugins. Let's scroll down and we're going to deactivate those plugins. Click on apply and we can reactivate it later. All right, so let's go back to WooCommerce settings. So let's go to payments. And where you see cash on delivery, you want to toggle it on because we need at least one way of payment if we want to demonstrate things like the checkout and the funnel and so on. Hey, it's Video Editor K again. Now, depending on which version of WooCommerce you're using, the user interface might be a bit different. And at the time of recording, this is how it's changed from when I initially recorded. So for that, we're going to go to WooCommerce settings, then payments. Here you see take offline payments. And for the time being, I'm just going to turn on cash on delivery. And voila, you now have at least one payment method. So as you can see, this change of user interface is actually what I meant earlier when I said that these kind of things happen all the time. But it still should be pretty easy to find your way around. Okay, back to the video. Next, click on the Accounts and Privacy tab. And here we have a few options. So here we're going to toggle off Enable Guest Checkout. Now it's recommended and you can totally do it, but for this course, for this project, I'm just not going to enable it. I want people to have an account. So that's what you do. If you absolutely want people to have an account, you want to toggle off this option. Next, I'm going to enable login during checkout because of course someone might not be logged in, but they already have an account. So I want to enable that feature. Same thing for account creation. Allow customers to create an account during checkout, as well as on the My Account page. And for the rest, it should be like this. Send password setup link and use email address as account. Now you have other self-explanatory options and dedicated privacy options here, like how long you're going to retain this type or that type of information. So you can put a number here and then set the value, day, weeks, months, years. Once again, it depends on the legislation where your website is legally operating from. Next, click on Save Changes. And here, let's close this. Actually, if we click on Finish Setup, it's still asking us to use WooPayments and collect sales tax. So all you can do is click on the three dots and hide setup list. Boom, gone. All right, let's go back to the dashboard. And here you can see the CartFlows setup as mentioned earlier. So I'm just going to click on Complete Setup. And if you don't see it, don't worry because I will show you how to solve this in a moment. And if you don't know anything about CartFlows, well, I will point you to this video. But once again, once you're done with this course, because I'm going to show you what you need to know for this course, but if you want to know more about it, well, you know where to go. Basically, CartFlows is a free plugin that's super awesome if you want to create funnels. And funnels are a clever way that marketers found to boost your sales. But more about that later. Next, click on Complete Setup to start the CartFlows setup process if CartFlows is already installed on your website. But if that's not the case, I will show you how to install it. And to find out if it's installed, just go to Plugins. And if it's installed, it should appear on the list here. And if CartFlows is not installed here, just click on Add Plugin. And just type CartFlows in the search field. Click on Install Now and Activate. And welcome to the onboarding process of CartFlows. So let's click on Let's Start. And here you need to select a page builder. And in our case, we're going to use the block builder because we're using Spectra, which uses the core WordPress builder. So click on Save Continue. And here you can see the following plugins will be installed and activated for you. WooCommerce, but we already have it, so we won't install it. Then Cart Abandonment and Stripe Payments. Actually, all of these were already installed, so you can click on Next. But even if you click Install and Activate, it's already installed, so there won't be any issue. Next, you want to select a store checkout because by default, your store comes with a checkout, which let me show you. So here on the front end, let's add this watch, for example. Let's add the cart, view cart, and let's proceed to checkout. So this is our checkout, very clean, very minimalistic, very modern, but we can make it look even better. Because if you look at the original starter template checkout, it's got a header and a footer, but with CartFlows, we are going to remove any distractions by removing the header navigation and the footer. And that's what CartFlows offers, even in the free version. So there are a few different templates. Let's select this one. So I like this one. As you can see here, this block is staying in place as we're scrolling. Also looks very modern. So next, click on Import and Continue. And next, if you want to receive reports and other information from CartFlows, you can put in your name and email address. Then click on Save and Continue. And there you go. Congratulations, you did it. Next, click on Finish Store Setup. And now we can click on Enable Store Checkouts. And now if you go back to the front end, if you recall, this is our checkout before we install the CartFlows Store Checkout. So now let me refresh. And there you go. And as you can see, we have that feature here with the box staying in place. And the whole feel is very modern. Now, of course, we will change the logo, the color, all of that. So back to the WordPress admin, this is our store checkout. And if you lost it, it's the third tab here, once you've clicked on CartFlows. So first of all, here you see store checkout and you see the pencil icon here. So just click on Edit Step. And here, so we are in the Spectra Visual Website Builder. So I'm just going to click on the logo, click on Change Image. Then once again, I'm just going to type logo and I'm going to pick this logo here, then hit select. And now you can just drag the handles and make it smaller, or you can go straight here on the right hand side panel. And the exact dimension for this logo are 293 pixels by 19. Now, of course, if you're using your own logo, it's going to have different size and you're going to have to play with those values. Or just like I showed you, just use the handle here and just resize it on the fly. Now, here you can see a desktop icon. So let's click on it. Let's go in tablet mode and let's change the values once again, 293 by 19. Now let's go in mobile mode. And let's make it 150 by 10. Now we can center the image. It will be reflected once we save and see our page in the front end. So let's go back into desktop mode. And for the rest of the page, you can select any text, then go to Style. And for example, here typography, you can change the size. You can change the font. Let's put it to default. So you get the idea. Now let's go to the bottom of this page and here we're going to change the footer. So it's just going to be Astra Run. And once you're happy with the changes, hit save. Now let's go back, click here in the top left corner. Now let's go back to CartFlows. So I'm just going to click here on CartFlows, then go to Store Checkouts. And now we need to take care of step number 2. And by the way, you can take those steps here and just change the order around. But here it doesn't make sense because we have the checkout first and then the thank you page. So once again, we're going to hover over the pencil icon and click on Edit Step. And basically, we're going to do the same thing, just like changing the logo, and you can change the text and so on. But I'm just going to speed it up with the magic of editing. So once you're happy with the changes, hit save. And yeah, I was about to forget. Let's scroll back down and let's change the footer text. And there you go. Save. And let's go back. Now, once again, if you need more info on CartFlows, I'll put a link to this video in the description below. Oh, that was a lot. Now, in our next segment, I will show you how to edit and add content to your website. Now, earlier on, when we installed our starter template, we imported all of our media assets. So you should have done it by now. But in case you didn't, this is where you do it. You just go to Media, Library, and you can see we have all of the logos here that were imported, as well as our media assets. We'll do a cleanup at the end of the project. But if you want to add media files, just click on Add Media File, and you can just drag and drop files here, or you can click on Select Files and upload the files from your hard drive. But as mentioned, we've already done it. Okay, so now let's go to Product Categories. So hover over Products, click on Categories, and we're going to select all categories. Click on Bulk Actions, Delete, and hit Apply. Don't be scared. I know you can do it. And next, we're going to add new categories. So for that, we're going to go to our course files, then just go to the 02 products folder and open the product categories file. So you have the name of all the categories here. So the first one is footwear. Let me just copy it and let me add it here. Scroll down and click Add New Category. Next, we have the Level Up category. So let me paste it and click Add New. Next, we have supplements. But as you can see, it's under the Level Up category. So let me copy it. Let me paste supplements here. And where you see parent category, I'm going to click and select Level Up as the parent category. Click Add New Category. And let's repeat the operation for the other subcategories. Coaching. So Coaching Level Up, Add New Category. And eBooks. Name eBooks, Level Up as parent, and click on Add New Category. And finally, we have another category that's not under Level Up. It's called Groups. So let me paste it here, Groups, and where it says Parent Category, make sure you set it back to None. And click Add New Category. Now, the reason why we want a Level Up category with subcategories is because on our collection page and in our shop, we want to be able to group a specific type of product with another type of product, but don't confuse this with group products. It's different things, but I will show you both. So here we have the Level Up category, and within that category, you see ebooks, you see coaching, you see a group product, which is the Astra starter template. So let me go back up, let me go to the shop, and you see here, Level Up regroups different categories. It's not a group product, it's just a way to put categories together. So if you click on Level Up, this is it. We can group these categories together. All right, back in WordPress admin, you want to go to Products, Brands, and we're just going to create the Astra Run brand and click on Add New Brand. Now you may be wondering, why would you create the Astra Run brand? After all, this is the Astra Run website. Makes sense, right? Well, just imagine you might have several brands and sub-brands, and you might want to differentiate. So basically, this is a future-proof move. All right, now let's go to Products, All Products. And the first thing we see, we have 24 products currently spread over 2 pages. So if you scroll down, you can see it here. And if you scroll back up, you see it here also. Now, one thing you can do is change the number of products displayed per page. So click on Screen Options, and let's change this number to 30, for example. Click on Apply, and there you go. Now we only have 1 page with all of our products. Now, let's select all of our products, bulk actions, and move to trash. Yeah, I know it's stressful, but you've done it before. I believe in you. I trust you. Click on Apply, and there you go. And now if we go back to the front end and we go to Shop, it's completely empty. Everything is gone, but no panic. So back in WordPress admin, still in Products, All Products, click on Add New Product. And now if you open the course files, you see all the products laid out in the exact order you should enter them. So right after product categories, we see this file here, ebooks 01 just run. So each file has all of the info you need to create your products. But at this point, we're not going to go into details. We're quickly going to create the products so that we can link them together. And once we've done that, then we will go into detail. It's going to make sense in a moment. But for now, I just want the title of the products. So let me copy this. And then here, I'm just going to paste the name of the product, hit publish, click on Add New Product. And basically, I'm just going to repeat the same process. Just copy the product name from the course files, paste it, publish, and then add a new product. Rinse, recycle, and repeat. And with the magic of editing, this is it. I created all the products in the exact order. Okay, now that all of our products are created, we can edit them one by one. But before we do that, let's go through the different types of products we're going to create on this website. So as you can see on this website, we sell a lot of different products. We have footwear, with ebooks, coaching session, group products, affiliate products. And the reason why is simple. Creating such a course takes a lot of time, weeks, months, and some of you want to sell digital products, others want simple products, variable products, and so on. So we are trying to show you as many different types of products as possible so that no matter which type of e-commerce website you want to build, you can do it with this course. So here we have an ebook called Runology. Actually, we have 3 ebooks on this website, but whether you sell ebooks or scripts or whatever, as long as it's digital, you can use the same technique I'll be showing you in this course. Next, coaching, which is a virtual product. And even though coaching is very real, but in terms of e-commerce, it's a virtual product because you cannot download it and it's not going to get shipped. So it's a virtual product. Next, a group product, the Astra Run Starter Pack. Now imagine this, you're the president of a running club and every time someone new comes to your club and pays their annual fee, you give them, they paid for it, but you give them a starter pack. So for example, the Astra Run Uno collector pair of sneakers. Now, who doesn't want that in their collection? Next, a coaching session with a running professional. And finally, an ebook so that they can get better at running. Now, instead of purchasing everything separately, you can just open this group product and say, hey, I have 3 new people that joined in. So let me just select these by 3 and add to cart. And that's it. Easy peasy. Next, an affiliate product, Energy Gel Shots. Now, affiliate products are some of my most favorite way of making money on the internet. Now, think about it. You don't have to build it. You don't have to give support for it. All you need to do is just market it. Of course, you should do it ethically. In my opinion, you should only promote affiliate products that you would buy with your own money. And even better, that you did buy with your own money. So here, for example, if you click on buy on Amazon, guess what? We are redirected to Amazon, but if you're an affiliate with Amazon, you get a special link. And when people purchase this on Amazon, you get a commission. And trust me, those commissions are addictive, but I digress. Next, a simple product, the Astra Uno collector pair of sneakers. Now, this item is a collector item only. Of course, it's for the sake of this website and showing you a simple product, but that's because that's one of the most popular products that you're ever going to build on a WooCommerce website. Now, in comparison, here is another very popular type of product, the variable product. So we can see here, we can choose the size and then we can choose the color that we want. And if you're wondering about those beautiful variation swatches, well, more about that later. Okay, back in the WordPress admin, you want to scroll down and we're going to open our first product, Just Run ebook. So just click on it. And now let's go to the course files in 02 products. Let's open the Just Run ebook text file. And here we get all the info we need to create our product. We already added the title. So the next item is the product description. So let me copy this. And here you see product description. So I'm just going to paste it. And actually, I'm going to make it into a bullet point list. So just hit enter here and there you go. Next, we have our product data here. Now, if it's collapsed, all you need to do is click on it. And here we need to select the type of product. So it's a simple product. It's downloadable because it's a PDF file, but let's also tick the option for virtual. And the reason is simple. If you don't make it virtual, then if you set up some shipping taxes for your store, then the shipping taxes are going to apply to your ebooks, which doesn't make sense because it is virtual. So that's the reason why we select this option here. So in the course file, you see it here, simple product, virtual, downloadable. Next, we see a bunch of options in the general subtab, the price, the file name, download limit, download expiry, and the ebook file that is the actual download. So let's fill that in. Regular price, $19. Downloadable files, click on add file. Let's give it the file name Just Run. And for the file URL, either you have a URL where the file already is, or click on choose file. and you can upload it here. Now I already added this file. It was in the web assets. So if you followed up to this point, you should have added it too. So I'm just going to type ebook, and you can see here we have our ebook files. So the one we want is the 01D, this one here. Click on insert file URL. Download limit, we're going to keep it unlimited, and download expiry never. But of course, you can tweak these options on your website. Next, let's click on inventory. It's a digital product, so we're just going to leave it in stock. And next, let's click on the link product subtab. And if we look at our course file, we can see exactly what we need to do. So for upsells, we're going to add the Runology ebook. And for cross sells, we're going to add both Run Faster and once again, Runology ebook. And I will show you what that actually does. But first, let's fill in the info. So upsells, Runology, and cross sells, Run Faster, and once again, Runology. So at this point, I'm just going to save it just so that I can show you. And what this does is that on the product page, for example, here, if you scroll down, you see Runology as a potential upsell. And now if we add it to our cart, and if we go and view our cart, you see this here, you may be interested in. These are our cross sales. So back to WordPress. Next, we have attributes, advanced, cart flows, and get more options, but we don't need any of these right now, especially not for a digital product, even though later on we will use CartFlows, because yes, you can link this product to a CartFlows funnel, but more on that later. So next we have a product short description. So let's copy it from the course files and let's paste it here. Now this is it for the left part of this page. Now on the right hand side, you see here product image. So click on set product image. And once again, I'm just going to type ebook. And that's why I keep telling you, it's so nice to be organized and name your files accordingly. And next we're looking for this file here, our thumbnail. So click on set product image. Now let's scroll down. You can add product gallery images if we had several images of our ebook, but in this case, we don't really need it. Doesn't really make sense. But for footwear, as we'll see later, it makes sense. So next for the product categories, let's unselect and categorize, and let's select level up and ebooks. Now let's scroll down and let's select Astra Run as a brand. And I'm just going to collapse what I don't need for the moment. Scroll back up and hit update. So at this point, I need to add 2 more ebooks, and it's exactly the same process. So this video and this course is long enough, so I'm not going to show you the whole detail. It's exactly what we just did. I'm just going to use the power of magical editing. As for you, you can pause this video and add those 2 ebooks. And there you go. With the power of editing, this is our 3 products created. Next, let's move on to our coaching session product. So just click on it. And actually, it's the same process, but let me show you. So I've opened the coaching text files in our course files, and I'm just going to follow the same principle, product description. And next, this is a simple product, but it's a virtual product. And as mentioned before, it's not downloadable. So it's only a virtual simple product. Now the regular price is $99, and here we want a sale price of $80. And what this does is that it has a label that says sale. And here also you can see the usual price and the discounted price. And if we actually open the product, you can see it here too and here too. Now there is nothing more to add here, even though you could link some products if you wanted. Next we have the product short description. And now let's scroll back up. Let's add our product image. I'm going to type coaching. Just coach, and here is our thumbnail, set product image. And for the categories, I'm going to unselect and categorize, select level up and coaching. And as usual, brands is Astra Run. All right, let's save this. Now let's go back to all products and let's edit our Astra Run starter grouped product. So let's click on it. You know the drill now. You go to the course files, then grouped 01 starter.txt, and let's copy the product description. And let's paste it here. Next, for product data, you want to change from simple product to grouped product. Next, click on link products. And it's also detailed here in the course files. You have Astra Run Uno, Astra Run coaching session, and the Run Faster ebook. So where you see group products, I'm going to type Uno, coaching, and ebook. And it's this one here. Now let me scroll back up just for consistency. I'm going to add a bulleted list and just make it look nicer. There you go. Now let's scroll down and where you see product short description, let's paste it here. And in case you're wondering, what's the difference between the product description and the product short description? Let me show you. So here is our product description and here is our product short description. Now, even though here the shorter looks longer, but you get the point. This is the product description and you can recognize it because of the bulleted lists I'm adding on each product. And even though it's short here, it can be very long, especially when you buy technological stuff like a camera or something. You see this long list of specs. Well, that's why it's a product description. And that's why this is the product short description, because it's just supposed to be just something that's not too technical, but that makes you want to buy the product. All right, so back in WordPress, let's scroll back up. Let's set our product image. So let me type starter. And we're going to pick this one here. Then click on set product image. Now let's scroll down. Categories should be groups. But we can also add it to level up because we want this to appear on our collections page. And in case you forgot, this is the collections page we want to build. And if we scroll down, this is the level up section. And we want our group product to appear here. All right, back to the WordPress admin product page. Let's scroll down and add our product to the Astra Run brand as usual. Next, click on update. And by the way, if you want to view your product, you can just click on this link. So let me click on it. And there you go. So we see all of our group products here. And the reason why there is a read more next to the Astra Uno product is simply because we haven't added a price, stock, and so on. So if we click on it, you can see it's still blank, but we're going to fix that in a moment. So let's go back to Astra Run dashboard, products, and let's take care of our affiliate product. So click on Energy Gel Shots, then open this file, affiliate01energygel.txt in the course files. And I'm just going to copy our product description and paste it here. As usual, let me put it as a bulleted list. And now if I scroll down, product data, external affiliate product. So here I can paste the product URL. I can change the name of the button and then put regular and sale price. So this is the URL. Let me copy it and let me paste it here. Next, the button text should say buy on Amazon and the regular price is $37.95. So of course it's an external product, so we don't need inventory and all of that. But if you had to connect it to a SKU or any other reference, you can do it here. So next, let's scroll down and let's paste our product short description, which is not that short. Now let's scroll back up, select our product image. Just gonna type energy and there you go. Here's a thumbnail. Click on set product image. Now let's scroll down. So for the categories, let's unselect uncategorized and let's select level up and supplements. As usual, the Astra Run brand and let's update. Awesome. Now let's go back. So click on all products and let's edit our first footwear product. So it's the Astra Run Uno. So let's click on it. Open the corresponding course file. So footwear01uno.txt. And as usual, let's copy our product description and let's paste it here. Bulleted lists as usual. And now let's scroll down. So this is a simple product and the regular price, let's make it $110 in US dollars. Now for the inventory, our product is in stock and we want to activate stock management. So let's click here and now we can set the quantity. So let's make it 100. And here you can decide whether or not you want to allow back orders. We're going to leave it as is. And you can also define a low stock threshold. And if you look at the explanation, it says that when product stock reaches this amount, you will be notified by email. Now you can define different settings, but it's neat and nice to have. Next, sold individually, you can decide to limit purchases to 1 item per order, which would make sense for a collector item, but we're going to leave it as is. Next, you have the shipping, but we'll take care about that later in this course. Next, you have linked products. Now you can add any other shoe or you can add anything. We're just going to add the Astra Run Says product, which is the top of the line of our footwear collection. It's actually an upsell, so you can also add it here. Next, it's a simple product, so no need to add attributes like a size or something. It's a one size, one color. It's a collector item. So next we have our product short description. And now let's scroll back up. You know the drill now, set product image. I'm just going to type Uno because I'm someone who gets organized and I name my files accordingly. And I'm going to pick this image here, set product image. Now let's scroll down. No additional image for the product gallery, but that will be the case for the variable products. But for here, let's keep it simple. And for the categories, let's unselect and categorize and let's select footwear. Brand is Astra Run and let's update our product. Now let's take a look, taking shape, looking good. And if we click on it, we can see a bigger version. Now, if we go back to our shop, as you can see, it's starting to take shape. Now back in WordPress admin, in products, all products, let's open our Astra Run DOS product. So this is a variable product. So let's open the corresponding course file and let's copy our product description and let's paste our description, bulleted list. Now let's scroll down and here let's select variable products. And here you see a prompt because WooCommerce is nicely trying to help you create a variable product, but we got this. So click on got it. And here it starts with inventory, but we're not going to click on stock management. We'll do that later once we have all of our variations. You see in a moment. So don't do it here. So next, go to link products. And for upsell and cross-sell, we're going to type says. Next, click on attributes. And this is where it starts to get interesting. So an attribute is something like the size, which you can see here, or the color. It's like a category. So we're going to create those attributes and then we're going to give it values. And once we've done that, we'll make it look nice, as you can see here. And all of that with the help of a free plugin that we already installed. The variation swatches for WooCommerce plugin. But for the time being, let's go back to editing our products. So the first attribute is going to be size. And if you look in the course file, we get the values for that attribute. So let me copy this and I'm just gonna paste it here. So you can see every value is separated by a pipe character. And in our case, these are shoe sizes. Of course, I could add more like from 6 to 12 or whatever, but let's keep it simple here. Next, let me click on add new. And the second attribute is going to be color. And once again, I'm going to copy the colors here from the course files and I'm going to paste it here. And for both attributes, we want them to be visible on the product page and used for variations. So click on Save Attributes and next click on the Variations subtab. And here we can click on Generate Variations or Add Manually. I'm going to keep it simple here because there's loads of variations. Click on Generate Variations. And here it says, do you want to generate all variations? This will create a new variation for each and every possible combination of variation attributes. Max 50 per run. Yeah, that's what we want. So click OK. I mean, you can do it manually if you want to, but I don't. But the good thing is you can always start with the automatic variations and then you can manually add new variations. Now, next, if you look in the course files, after you've generated the variations, we need to toggle the manage stock option, give it a stock value and a regular price. And actually, we also need to add an image per variation. You'll see what I mean in a moment. So here where you see bulk actions, click on it, click on toggle manage stock. So now it's toggle stock management for each variation. And if you want to double check, let's open anyone here. Let's scroll. And as you can see, manage stock is selected. Let me open another one and same thing, manage stock is selected. All right, so still here in bulk actions, click on it and click on stock and let's enter a stock value of 100 for each variation. Now, of course, in real life, that wouldn't be the case. You would have to manually go check your stocks and then put 258 here, 1049 there. But let's keep it simple here for the sake of this course. So I'm just going to click on OK. And once again, I can open any variation and the stock quantity is set to 100, like this one, or like this one. All right, let me scroll back up, and next we want to add an image per variation. Why? Well, simply because we want this feature here. For example, I click on the orange color. I want it to match the image I'm seeing here. Pink, same thing, and yellow, guess it, same thing. So here we can see CartFlows orange. So let me click on it, and I'm just gonna type DOS because DOS is the name of our products. And here it was orange, so I'm gonna choose this picture. Set variation image. Now let me close this. The next one is blue. So same thing, blue and pink. So that was for size 8. You want to do the same thing for all variations. So with the magic of editing, I'm just going to do it. You can pause the video and add all the images yourself. And there you go. I've added all the images. Now, if we scroll back up, we see this message here. 12 variations do not have prices. Variations and their attributes that do not have prices will not be shown in your store. So click on bulk actions, set regular prices, and let's give it a price of 120. But actually, before we do it, let me cancel and scroll back up. Click update. So at least it's saved. Now let's go back to variations, set regular prices, and let's do it again, 120. Click OK, and there you go. Now let's open any, and there you go, 120. And let's open another random one, this one, and $120. So it's all good. Now let's copy our product description. Let's paste it. Okay, now let's scroll back up, set product image. I know the drill now, I'm just gonna type DOS. And if you want to know which one to use as a product image, just open the corresponding text file, and here at the bottom you see thumbnail image, you see the product file and the actual color, Sure Blue. So we know it's this file here. Click on set product image, and now let's scroll down and let's add product gallery images. Now I'm going to type DOS again, and I'm going to add these 3 images. Now once again, if you want to know the order, I've put it here: orange, blue, and pink. So orange, blue, and pink. If we want to select all of it, we're just going to click on Shift on our keyboard and click at the end so they're all selected. Now click on Add to Gallery, and let's change the order. It was orange, we can drag and drop it, blue, and pink in this order. Next, for the categories, let's unselect and categorize, and let's select footwear. And as usual, our brand is Astra. Let's scroll back up and let's click on update. Now, if we take a look in the front end, here we have our Astra DOS shoe. We can select a size and we can select a color. And as you can see, it works. Orange is orange, blue, and pink. And the price is set here. We can also see our stock. So all is working good. But now let's take care of those attributes. Let's make it look nicer. So let's scroll back to where it says swatches. And then for the size attribute, we can click on the drop down and we want to keep it a label. But now for color, we want to click and select color. Now, if we click on the drop down for size, we can see here the sizes, because it's a label, are already set. If I don't put anything, it's just going to output 8, 9, 10, and 11. So I'm going to leave it like this. But now for the color, and let me collapse this, CartFlows orange. Here we can select the color. Now, which color, you're going to ask? And you probably know the answer. It's in the course files. So here you can see color 1, and here is the color code. And here you can see the color name, just to be sure, CartFlows orange. So let me copy this code. Now let me click here, and here I'm just going to paste the code. Now let me repeat the operation for the blue. So let me copy this and paste it here. And last but not least, the pink. Let me open this, copy, and paste. Now, something very important. If you don't want to make the same mistake I did, before you hit update on your product, you want to hit save here first. Otherwise, you're going to lose everything you just entered. All right, so once it's saved, you can click on update. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. You can see we have our nice looking swatches. So let's try, let's select the size. Here we have orange, blue, and pink. And now it's more visual. It makes sense. Instead of clicking on the label for a color, you actually get the color. And by the way, we pick color, but you can also add an image right away. We could have a small thumbnail image, but in our case, we couple the image, as I just showed you before, with the color swatches. Now, if we go back here and we go back to our shop, let's go to footwear. And here, as you can see, we can see our attributes right here on the shop page. Now, it depends. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. But for this specific website, we're going to remove it from the shop page. We just want it on the product page. So back in WordPress admin, you want to go to WooCommerce, variation swatches, then click on settings. You want to look for enable for shop page and you want to disable it. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, there you go, disappeared. Now let's open our product again. So here you can see it's looking beautiful, but it's rounded corners, which is not very consistent with our branding. So still in the settings of the variation swatches plugin, click on global styling, and where you see border radius, you want to turn it down to 0, and it's automatically saved. There is no save button. And now let's go back to the front end, take a look at these rounded corners, let's refresh, and there you go. So now it's more consistent with our branding. All right, so now we need to do the same thing for all the other products in our footwear category, except maybe the last one. So I'm just gonna speed this up for Astra Run 3, 4, 5, which are our next 3 products, and we'll come back for the last product, Astra Run 6. Now, before the magical power of editing can do its wonders, I just wanna draw your attention to the fact that on the Astra Run 3 product, if we go to variations, you want to make sure that the stock quantity is set to 0, as seen in the course files. And the reason is simple. I want to show you what a product looks like when it's out of stock. So once again, once you get to variations, I'm going to click on bulk actions, then click on stock and make it 0. Click OK. Now in my case, I've already filled in all the rest of the information, but in your case, you might still be working on it. So once you've filled in all the information, images, and so on, click on update. And now if we go back to the front end, this is our product here. So let me refresh, and there you go. It says out of stock. And if we click on it, as you can see, you cannot order it. Okay, so now you can continue adding the rest of the products. So for you can just pause the video and use the course files to create those 3 products. They're exactly the same at what we just did for Astra Run Dust that you see on screen. Okay, so I'm at the last product, Astra Run 6. So let's do this. As usual, let's copy our description and let's paste it here. Bulleted list. Product is variable. So next, let's add our attribute. You should know the drill now. We have size and color. Now let's save our attributes. Then let's go to variations and let's generate our variations automatically. Toggle manage stock. Toggle stock. And you can see here the stock value is set to 0. But then for some specific variations, we want to add a stock of 20. So size 9 Sure Blue and size 10 Sure Blue. So let's do this. Let's enter the value 0. So the whole of the stock is now set to 0. You can open any of these and it's set to 0. But as mentioned, for just the size 9 Sure Blue, we want 20. And same thing for size 10 Sure Blue. 20. All right, let me collapse this. Now let's add our price. And as usual, bulk actions, set regular prices. It's going to be $160. Click OK. And next, let's go to swatches. Attribute type should be set to label, and the attribute type for color should be set to color as usual. But now let's expand, and you know the drill now. CartFlows orange. Which color could that be? So it's this color here. Sure blue, it's this color here. And Sure pink is this color here. Hit save. Paste the product short description. Then let's scroll back up. Let's add our product image. Let me type says. Then let's add gallery images. Add to gallery. And the order should be orange, blue, pink. Let's unselect and categorize, select footwear, and Astra run as a brand. Let's hit update. And now if we go to the front end and we click on our products, as you can see, some of the attributes are dimmed. So you cannot click on size 11, size 8. That's for a reason. We set the stock at 0 for all variations except size 9 and 10 in blue color. So let me select 9. Same thing, I cannot choose another color because these are the only two options I have. Size 9 and 10 with the blue color. So let me select 9, color blue, availability 20 in stock. And now I can add to cart. Okay, now that our pages and products are created, it's time to take care of our menus. So for that, in WordPress admin, you want to go to Astra, Customize, then scroll down and click on Menus. And here, as you can see, we have 3 menus: Footer Discover, Footer Information, and Primary Menu. So let's start with Primary Menu. So this is what we have so far. So let's click here on Shop by Category, and we're just going to change the label to simply Shop. And as we click on it, this still redirects to the shop page. All right, let's close this. And next, let's click on Add Items. Then look for Product Categories. And we're going to add footwear, ebooks, supplements, coaching. And if we scroll down, grouped. And now let's reorganize it here. So I'm going to drag and drop footwear underneath shop, followed by ebooks, coaching. And you can see here, this is the mistake you should avoid. Coaching should be under shop and not under ebook. So let me just reposition it. And there you go. Next, supplements. And finally, grouped. And this is what the final result looks like. Awesome, right? All right, let's go back. And now if we scroll down, so this is our footer. Let's start with the Discover. Then let's click on the plus items. And still in the product categories, let's add footwear, ebooks, coaching, supplements, and grouped. All right, let's go back. And now let's click on Footer Information. Click on Add Items. And this time we're going to collapse product categories and open the Pages subtab. So let's scroll down, and first we're going to add the disclaimer page. But before we do this, let's remove the existing pages. So let's just remove everything. And now let's add disclaimer. Next, let's add the terms and conditions page. And then look for privacy policy, refund policy, legal information, and finally, the contact page. Great. So let's publish our work, but we're not done yet. So let's go back and click on Create New Menu. Now let's call it Legal Menu. And while we're not going to use it here in our footer, we'll need it for later for our legal pages. So click on Next, Add Items, and once again, we're going to add our disclaimer page, terms and conditions, privacy policy, refund policy, and legal information in that order. And once again, let's click on Publish to save our work. Okay, there's one more thing we need to change in the Astra Customizer. So here we're going to scroll down, and where you see the footer here, the footer text, you want to click on the edit icon. Let me scroll down here so we can see that at the same time. So you want to remove that part, powered by site title. I'm just going to add a dash and then the word legal. Next, I'm going to leave this tab open, and I'm just going to go back to the WordPress admin to Pages, All Pages, and where you see legal, hover over it, and where you see view, I'm going to right click and copy link address. Now let me go back to the Astra Customizer. I'm going to select the word legal, then click on the link icon, I'm just going to paste the URL I just copied. Hit the apply button, and there you go. So now as you click on this word, it takes us to the legal page. Now there's nothing on this page, no panic, that's completely normal. We'll deal with this later on in the course. But the matter is, this provides a quick yet subtle link to the legal pages. So let's click on publish, and let's go back to the WordPress admin. And now it's time to edit the content of our pages. So for that, let's go to Pages, All Pages, and let's start with our home page. So click on Home. And the first thing we're going to do is to open the document overview by clicking on this icon, and we're going to rename our containers. And this is really something I advise you do on all of your pages. It helps you stay organized, and it's going to save you a lot of time down the line. Right now on this page, all containers are called containers, and we need to remove a few, so that can lead to confusion. So the first thing we're going to do is to rename it from 1 to 8. So click on the three dots and hit rename. And this is 01, and I'm going to do the same thing up to 08. And there you go. So now we're going to remove container 03, delete, 04, 05, and 07. Now let's rename container 01 to hero. Then container 02 to shop dsk/mob. So it's shop, desktop, and mobile. You'll see why later. And by the way, if you open the course files and you go to the home.txt page, you can see this label here. So let's hit save. Then let's rename 06 to banner and 08 to newsletter. All right, let's close this and let's select our hero container. Next, go to style, and where you see the image, click on change image, and we're going to look for this image here. Click on select, and there you go. And now still with our hero container selected, in style, I'm gonna collapse this, then open border, and I'm gonna change the left and right border to 0. So it should be 0 all around. Next, let's collapse the border subtab and open spacing. And where you see padding, you want to make sure this icon is unchecked so that we can add individual values, and it's going to be 0, 60, 0, and 60. And that's in pixels. Next, still with our hero container selected, you want to click on the plus sign and add a new container. Should be a container with this structure. And you want to make sure that if you go to style, spacing, the padding is set to 0 all around. Now let's go back to opening our document overview, and let's duplicate this container by clicking on the three dots and hit duplicate. And now we're going to rename those containers. First one is going to be container A, and the second one, you may have guessed it, is going to be container B. So let me save this and let's close this. Now you want to make sure container A and container B are inside the hero container. So let me drag and drop it. It should be like this. And now we're going to drag the info box block inside container A. And that's why it's so handy to rename your containers and subcontainers, because now it's easy to see the structure. So now let's select our info box block inside container A, then go to general, call to action, and where you see link here, we want to paste the link to our collections page. So once again, for that, we want to go to the WordPress admin, all pages, then hover over collections, and where you see view, right click and copy link address. Now let's go back and let's paste the link here. Next, you want to scroll back up, hit the style tab, then open the prefix subtab, click on the typography icon, select pixels, and set it to 120. Next, let's collapse the prefix subtab, open spacing, and where you see padding, first of all, you want to click on pixels, and then you want to make it 0, 60, 0, and 0. And once again, we're talking about pixels here. Next, let's collapse container A and let's select container B. Then go to general, and where you see container width, you want to change it to custom. And under custom, you see custom width. Make sure it's set to percentage as a unit and set to 100% as a value. Next, you want to click on the plus sign to add an image block. So pick this one here. And as a rule of thumb, the blue icons are the Spectra Builder blocks, whereas the black icons, as these ones, are the WordPress core blocks. So let's add a Spectra image block. And here you can see you can either upload or take it from the media library or insert from URL. But we already uploaded all of our media assets. So let me click on media library. And I'm just going to type flying. And there you go. So I'm going to pick this image here, then hit select. Now let me click on the document overview. And you want to make sure that the image is inside of subcontainer B. There you go. So now let me close this. So as you can see, it's starting to take shape, but we need to change the text here. So let's open our course files. So first of all, let me select this, copy, and let's replace it here. Then let's copy this line and let's paste it here. All right. So let's save to save our work. But now if you recall the final demo, you can see that we animated our shoe here. So how do we do this? Well, it's actually super easy to do. And if you're interested to know how I did it, I simply asked ChatGPT to help me. I told ChatGPT I have an image and I said which type of animation I wanted. And after a few trial and error, I ended up with this code, which you can find here in the course files in the home.txt text file. So in the WordPress admin, you want to go to plugins, add new plugin, and then in the search field in the top right corner, you're going to type code snippets. It's this one here. So click on install now and activate. Next, you want to hover over snippets, click on add new, and let's give it a title. Let's call it floating. Next, copy this code in the text files. So don't copy this, don't copy PHP code. Start at function until the semicolon here. So copy. Now let's go back and paste. Make sure it's exactly this code. Click on save changes and activate. All right. Now let's go back to our home page. Let's open the document overview and you want to select the image here. Then go to advanced, then once again, advanced. And where you see additional CSS classes, you want to go back to the course files and copy this floating image. Then let's go back and let's paste it here. Now let's hit save. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, and there you go. That was super easy. All we needed was a little bit of ChatGPT magic and the code snippets plugin. Awesome, right? Oh, I just realized I didn't set the correct size for the logo. So let's go back to Astra Customize, then hover over the logo, click on the edit icon. And here for the logo width, I'm going to give it a size of 250 pixels. Now let's hit publish. And there you go, that's better. Now, if we scroll down on this page, we can see here, we see some of our products. And these are displayed thanks to shortcodes. And in case you're wondering, a WordPress shortcode lets you do nifty things with very little effort. Embed files, create projects, and so much more without the need for complicated code. So if we go back to our page in editing mode, if I scroll down, you can see here our shortcode. And that translates into showing this. So what we want to do is replace this shortcode by another one, which you can find once again in the course files, still in the home.txt file. So it's this one right here, just under the shop dsk/mob container. So I've copied this and now I'm just going to select everything here, remove it and paste the shortcode I just copied. Make sure the opening and closing brackets are there, otherwise you're gonna get some errors. Now the main thing that changes in this shortcode is the fact that we specify the category. We just want to show footwear on the page. We don't want to show the ebooks or some other type of products. Now of course it's a personal decision, but that's what we're going to do for this project. Alright, so let me collapse our hero and shop containers. And by the way, let me also collapse the newsletter container. So now let's take care of our banner container. So with our container selected, you want to go to General. And where you see minimum height, you want to select VH as a unit. And you want to give it a value of 70 VH. So this is it. Next, you want to go to Style, then click on Change Image, and I'm just going to type banner, and you want to select this one here. Click on Select. Now let's scroll down. Depending on the image, you may want to keep on image overlay, but for this project, I'm just going to remove it. And next, we want to edit the content according to the course files. So still in our home.txt file, if you scroll down, you see banner here, and then we just need to use this text here. Copy. Let me select all the text and paste. Let me do the same for this text. And here is just going to be book now. Now, as you can see, this is going to be specifically for coaching. So we want to link to our coaching product. So I'm leaving this tab open, and now let's go back to WordPress admin. Let's go to products. Now I'm going to scroll down, and here's our coaching session. So where you see view, once again, right click and copy link address. And now let's go back, and still with our info box selected, you can see it's an info box because when you click on any item on the page, first of all, you will see here the name of the block in the top right corner. But also here, if you have the document overview open, you can see the type of block you're dealing with. So next I'm going to go to General, Call to Action. Then let me scroll down, and where you see link, I'm going to remove everything and just paste the link we just copied. And then let's hit save to save our work. Awesome. So now let's move on to the newsletter container. So let me collapse this, and this is our newsletter container. And as you can see, we have a shortcode here that links to an existing form from the SureForms plugin. Let me show you. But first of all, let's save our work. And now in the WordPress admin, you can go to SureForms, Forms. And here you can see we have two forms. We have our simple contact form, that's for the contact page, and our newsletter form. So if I click on edit, you can see a nice builder where you can add fields. Now that's beyond the scope of this course, but if you're interested, I'll link to a video in the description below where you can learn more about SureForms. So for the time being, let me go back. And here under forms, you see new form, but you also see entries. So let me click on this. And here at the time, we have no records found, but let's change this. So if we go back to the front end of our website, let me scroll down, and where you see newsletter sign up, I'm just going to add a customer email address. I said customer, future customer. Click on subscribe, and there you go. Thank you. We get the confirmation message. And now if we go back to WordPress admin, as an admin, let me refresh. And there you go. You see entry number 1 from the newsletter form, and you see the email address we just entered. Now there are several ways you can deal with this. One way is to just select your entries. And by the way, you can select your entries per form. If you have hundreds of entries and 20 forms, you can filter here. So you could say we just want the newsletter. For example, if I say simple contact form, as you can see, there's nothing. So let me go back, select newsletter form. You could say select everything by clicking here and then bulk actions and click on export. And if you click on apply, it's going to prompt you to save a file on your hard drive. Now let me cancel this. Now, another way you can go about it is to just link it to your marketing service like MailChimp or other similar platforms. And one tool you can use for this is AutoKit, formerly known as SureTriggers. And basically it allows you to connect your apps easily and automate repetitive tasks. So you can pretty much link your newsletter form to any service out there. Now, once again, this is beyond the scope of this course. And as usual, I'll leave a link in the description below if you want more information about AutoKit. And here is what our page looks like. Well done. Okay, next, let's take care of our new arrivals page. So in WordPress, go to Pages, All Pages, and then look for New Arrivals and click on it. And as usual, the first thing we want to do is open the document overview, and we're going to rename our containers. So the first one is going to be Hero, followed by Products, Save, and finally Newsletter, and Save. And let's close this. Now let's open the Hero container, and where you see this inside container, let's rename it and let's call it Inside Container. Very original, I know. All right, let's close this. And then let's select our hero container, then go to Style, Change Image, and I'm going to type banner, and we're going to select this image here. Then hit select, and here we're going to adjust the position. So I'm just going to click here. Now you may have to play with it. It's a bit of a trial and error. Just play with it and then check it up in the browser. But for this image, I found this to be a good spot. And by the way, I love this feature. It gives you so much control. Okay, so now let's select our inside container and then go to Style, Spacing. And where you see padding, you want to make sure that this icon is unlinked, because when it's linked, it looks like this. So make sure it's unlinked and then give it 0, 40, 0, and 40. And that's in pixels. And now as you can see, we have more breathing around the elements within that container. Okay, so next what we need to do is to change the content according to the course text file. So let's open our course files and select the new arrival.txt file and just use this text. So I'm just gonna copy this. And then here, let me select all the text, remove it, and let me paste what we just copied. So now let's hit save. Okay, so now if we go back to the front end, let's click on new arrivals. And there you go. Our page is looking fresh. We can see our latest products here, and that's what we wanted. And by the way, if you want to edit this, we can scroll down and edit the shortcode. And if you want more information about WooCommerce shortcodes, I'll put a link in the description below. Okay, great. So now let's take care of our collections page. So in WordPress admin, once again, you want to go to Pages, All Pages, then click on Collections. And guess what we're going to do first? Well, let's open our document overview, and you know the drill now. We're just going to rename our containers. So let's start with the first one, and let's rename it to Hero. And by the way, in case you don't know, a hero section is like the first section, usually like the bold first section you see on a page. Next, let's rename the second container to Footwear. Now the third container should be renamed to Level Up. And the last one should be renamed to Newsletter. Now let's close this. Next, let's select our hero container. And here, as you can see, we have 4 images. So I'm just going to click on the first image, then click on Change Image. And I'm just going to type Collections. And I'm going to choose this image here, then click on Select. Now click on the second image, Change Image. Once again, Collections. Now let's select this image, Select. Now for the third, Change Image, you know the drill, Collections. And let's pick this one here. And finally for the fourth image, once again, Collections. And we're going to choose this image here and hit Select. Next, let me scroll a little bit, and we want to change the content according to our course files. So you want to open the collection.txt file and copy and paste the text accordingly. And now for Discover More, if you go back to the course file, you want to copy this, the £, followed by the word footwear. Make sure you copy it, then go to General, Call to Action, then scroll down where you see link, and you want to paste it here. And make sure it's exactly like this. So this is going to be an internal link. Basically, we're going to link to another section on the same page, but more about that in a moment. So next, let me collapse our hero container and let's select our footwear container. And next, let's click on the Style tab, change image. And once again, we're going to look for Collections, and we're going to pick this image here. Hit Select, and next you want to scroll back up, then click on Advanced, and once again Advanced. And where you see HTML anchor, you want to go back to the course files, and if you recall, we copied this here, the £, with the word footwear. Now we just want to copy the word footwear without the £. Very important, otherwise it's not going to work. So just the word footwear, I'm just going to copy it, and back to our page in edit modes. In HTML anchor field, I'm going to paste what we just copied. Now I can't stress this enough. No £, just the word. So now let me hit save. And now if you go to the front end of our website, let's click on Collections. Now let me scroll, and where you see Discover More, I'm going to click. and boom, it takes us to the footwear section. Now, let me show you again. I click here and there you go. Now it works, but it's a bit abrupt. So let's fix this. So back in the WordPress admin, you want to go to Astra, Customize, then go to Global, Miscellaneous, and where you see Enable Smooth Scroll to ID, you want to toggle this on. Now let's publish. And now if you go back to the front end, I'm going to scroll back up. Let me refresh. Now let me try again. Click on Discover More. And as you can see, it's scrolling smoothly, as it should. Okay, back to editing our page. Now we need to change the content according to the course files. So let's start with the title, and the title is footwear. So let me select all of this and replace it. Next, let me copy this short code. Once again, make sure the opening and closing brackets are selected. Now let me select all of this short code, remove it, and let's paste what we just copied. And basically what we did in this short code is that we specified a category. Is the footwear container? We just want to show footwear and not all the products. And next, let's select shop the collection. And here where you see content, where you see link, you want to remove the pound sign. And here we want to paste the link to the footwear shop category. Now, how do we do this? Well, you can open the front end. And by the way, if you don't know, you can just click here on this icon here to view the page. And you can see here, if we hover over the shop navigation item, we see footwear. I'm just going to right click and copy the link address. Now let me close this page, and still here with our button selected, content, I'm just going to paste that URL here and hit save. Super easy. All right, now let's collab the footwear container and let's select the level up container. So now we're going to change the content according to the course text files as usual. So the title is level up. Let me paste it here. Let's copy our shortcode that specifies the level up category. And let's remove the shortcode here and paste the new one. Awesome. Next, let's go back and select our level up container. Then go to style, change image, and type collections 06. And it's this file here. Then hit select. And here where you see image position, you want to change from custom to default. And you want to change the position by clicking here in the image. I found that this spot should be pretty good. And next, let's select the Shop the Collection button. Then General, Content. And where you see link, we want to do what we did previously. I'm going to remove the pound sign. Then click on View Page. Let me go to Shop. And here you see level up. So I'm going to right click on level up and copy link address. Now let me go back and let's paste the link here. Then hit save. And now if you go back to the front end and go to the collections page, let's take a look. Click on discover more. It works. Now let's scroll down. This is our level up category. And if you recall, the level up category has subcategories. Basically ebooks, coaching, group products, as well as affiliate products. And if you click on shop the collection, it takes us to the level up category on our shop. Now let's go back. If we go back up, so this is our footwear section. If I click on shop the collection, we are at the footwear product category, as it should. All right, now let's take care of our contact page. And first of all, let me show you our contact page, which was built when we installed our starter template. So if I go here in the footer, if you recall, we added the contact page. Now you could put it in the top menu, but for a store, you may not want people to have access to that page at the top. You want people to focus on purchasing, on buying. But then you also want people who are looking for contact to find it. And usually you can find this in the footer. So let's click on contact. And this is our contact page. Got some information, you got a Google map, and you have a form. We already touched on forms before, as well as additional information here. So in WordPress admin, as usual, you want to go to pages, all pages, then click on contact. And here is super easy. You just click where you want to change the content and you can just change the content basically. Next here we have our Google Maps. So let me open the document overview. Now you may want to rename the containers here, but we can just call it content and newsletter. All right, so let me expand content, and we can see here we have our Google map. And for the Google map, it's super easy. You just type the address basically, and it's going to relocate to that address. Now you can enable satellite view if you prefer, but I tend to think it's easier to read it as a regular map. You can change the zoom level, the height, as well as the language. And the great thing about this Google Map Spectra block is that it's using Spectra's own API key to interface with Google, so you don't need to add your own. And if you don't know what an API key is, let's just basically say that if it wasn't for Spectra's own API key, you would have to create your own API key with Google, and then only you can use those Google Maps. But now you don't need to do it. All you need to do is type an address and boom, that's it. Thank you, Spectra. So as usual, save your work if you've changed some of the content. And now let's take care of our legal pages. So let's go to WordPress admin, pages, all pages. And before we open the legal page, we want to go back to new arrivals. Then click on the three dots in the top right corner. And at the very bottom, you see copy all blocks. So click on it. And now let's go back. Pages, all pages. Click on legal. Then where you see type, just click here and just paste what we just copied. So now we have all of our blocks, and let's rename it legal. Let's save. And now if we go to the front end, let's scroll down, and if we click on legal, so this is our page, but as you can see, it doesn't look like the rest of our website, but we can easily fix this. So back to editing our page, you want to click on the Astra icon here in the top right corner, and where you see container layout, you want to select this one, full width. And next for the container style, you want to select unboxed. All right, now let's click back on this icon here for the settings. Let's hit save. And now if we go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. That's what we want. Now let's open the document overview and let's rename the products container to content. Let's expand the content container and let's delete the shortcode block. And now still with our content container selected, click on the plus sign. And I'm just going to start typing paragraph, and we just want to add a paragraph block. Now let's go back to the document overview, and you want to make sure the paragraph block is inside of the content container. All right, so for the time being, let's collapse this and let's expand the hero container. Click on inside container. Let's select our legal text, and you want to make sure the text is aligned to center. Now let's do the same thing for the tablet version, as well as for the mobile version. And let's go back into desktop mode. Next, we want to delete the info blocks by clicking on the three dots and hitting delete. Now let's go back to our hero container, go to style, and where you see background type, you want to, first of all, we can remove this image, then click here on color, and we're going to use our main color. Next, we want to select once again our inside container. Then go to general, and where you see container type, we want to set the custom width to a percentage unit and make sure it's set to 100%. Next, let's collapse the container type subtab and let's open the layout subtab. And here at the top, you can see it's set to grid. We want to change this to flex, which is a different way of structuring the layout. Next, we want to change the direction to this one here. And we want to align items in the center. Next, we want to scroll back up, hit the style tab, spacing subtab, and make sure the margin is set to 0 all around. Okay, let's collapse our hero container and let's select our content container. So next you want to go to general, and for the content box width, you want to make sure it's set to pixels as a unit and change its value to 800. Next, you want to go to the style tab, background, select color background and set its color to white. Now let's close this. Let's collapse the background subtab and let's open the spacing subtab. And where you see padding, we want to change the values to 40, 40, 80, and 40. And that's in pixels. Now let's go into tablet mode. And by the way, you might be wondering, why are we setting the responsive modes now? Because after all, later on in the course, we have a module about optimizing the website for responsive devices. Well, by default, when we install the starter templates, it's already responsive, but we made a few changes. So I'm going to show you how to deal with it. And As a rule of thumb, even if you're using a template, it's always a good idea to go back at the end of the project and make sure the website works on all devices. But in this very specific case, and I'm talking about the legal page and all the other sub-legal pages, we're going to use the legal page as a model, basically as a template. So we might as well have it correctly working on all devices so that when we copy to other pages, it's time saved for later. And as you know, time is money, especially for an e-commerce website. So with that out of the way, now that we are in tablet mode, we want to give it the same values as for the desktop mode: 40, 40, 80, and 40. And once again, make sure it's in pixels. Now let's move to the mobile mode. And this time is going to be 40, 20, 60, and 20. And once again, in pixels. So this was for the mobile, this is for the tablet, and this is for the desktop. So let's save our work. And now let's expand our content container. And initially, I asked you to add a paragraph block, but actually we're going to change it. So first of all, let me select my paragraph block. I'm going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to select this spectral block here, heading. Now let me go back to the document overview. And as you can see, it just replaced our paragraph block. Now I'm just going to change this text by legal pages. Then go to style, color. I'm going to pick this color here. Then go to typography. Make sure font family is set to default. Font size should be set to 32 pixels. Then go in tablet mode. Once again, 32 pixels. And finally, mobile mode, but this time is going to be 24 pixels. Now let's go back in desktop mode. And with our heading block still selected, I'm going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to start typing navigation. So this is a WordPress core block. Let me click on it. And then here on the three dots, let me click. And I'm going to select legal menu, which is the menu we created earlier on in the Astra Customizer, if you recall. Next, click on the settings block and set the orientation to vertical, then set the overlay menu to off. Okay, next click on the third tab, and for the text color, you want to select our main color here. All right, let's save, then save one more time, then click on the three dots and hit copy all blocks. Now let's go back. So we are in pages, all pages. And let's scroll down, and where you see container, just click on it. And where you see type to choose a block, just click in there and hit paste. All right, so as usual, you want to go and click on the Astra settings, select full width, unboxed. Now let's go back to our settings. And this is going to be our disclaimer page. Now let's scroll down. Let's change legal pages to subtitle. Now we could just put any title we want, but for the sake of this course, let's just put subtitle. And now with our text selected here, you can see we have a toolbar right here. You have move up and move down. Let's click on move down. So now our subtitle is just below our navigation here. And now still with our heading selected, let's open the document overview. Let's click on the plus sign and let's look for a paragraph block. Now let's go back to the course files, and under disclaimer, let's copy all of this text here. And now in our paragraph block, we just want to paste, and there you go. Now let's scroll back up and let's select our navigation block here. If you want to be sure, open the document overview. Now let's go to tab number 2 and let's change the orientation to horizontal. And next, where you see allow to wrap to multiple lines, you want to toggle this off. And then here where you see overlay menu, you want to enable mobile. Now let's hit save, then click on the three dots and copy all blocks. So now let's go back and let's open the terms and conditions page. Click where you see type to choose a block and let's paste what we just copied. So as usual, first let's go and click on the Astra settings icon. Let's change the layout to full width and unboxed. Let's click back on the settings, and now we're going to change the text. You can copy it here from the course file and paste it. And that's it for this page. Now, of course, you would change the content And once again, for legal pages, I strongly advise you seek the help of a professional, or at least some legal templates made by lawyers relevant to your jurisdiction, where your shop is located. Okay, so let's hit save. And once again, click on the three dots, copy all blocks. Let's go back. And we're going to do the same thing for the rest of the pages. And voila. So now all the legal pages are set. And if you go back to the front end and refresh, so here is our legal page. And let me click on disclaimer. And as you can see, this is our page here. And I can just click here and I go to the various legal pages. So that makes it super handy. So the content of our website is complete. And in the next segment, I will show you how to add funnels to boost your sales. But first, what is even a funnel? Well, in the context of CartFlows, a funnel is a series of steps that guides a potential customer through the buying process, from initial awareness to purchase. Essentially, it's a flow of interactions designed to lead visitors towards becoming paying customers. And for example, here you can see we have our traffic, then our website, our checkouts, we can have upsell, downsells, and a thank you page, just to name a few. Now, as mentioned, for this, we will use the CartFlows plugin, which was installed earlier, and we already briefly went through it. Now, as mentioned before, trying to know everything about CartFlows is beyond the scope of this course, but you may be interested in this video, which I will link in the description below, but of course, only watch it once you're done with this course. Let's stay focused, shall we? So back in WordPress, first of all, let's go to CartFlows. Then you want to click on Settings. And you want to make sure that the templates shown are for the block editor. Now that should already be the case, but just to be on the safe side. If you change anything, click on Save Settings. And let's close this. And now let's create our first simple funnel. So for that, you want to go to Funnels. Click on Create Funnel. And we're going to use this template here. Now you will see there are some free and some paid templates. We'll go with this free template here, SEO Foundation ebook. Now you can preview all the steps. The first one here is our landing page. Next, we have our checkouts. And finally, we have our thank you page. You can also check a live preview if you want. Landing page, checkouts, and thank you page. And you can also preview on different devices: desktop, tablet, and mobile. Now let me close this. And let's click on Import Funnel. So let's give it a name. And if you open the course files, go to the text folder, you'll find a CartFlows folder, and then open the 01 CartFlows funnel text file, and you can see the name of the funnel here. So let me copy it and let me paste it here. Then click on Import Funnel, and I'll just sit back and enjoy the short flight. So it took about 10 seconds for me. And if you want, you can preview the whole funnel if you click here, or you can view the steps individually if you click here on the eye. So for example, let me open the landing page. There it is. It was imported successfully. So let me close this and let's start with our first step. So here I'm going to click on Open Settings. And first of all, I'm going to rename this step. So I'm going to click here on the pencil icon and I'm going to replace SEO Foundation by Just Run. So let's save this. So same thing here. We have SEO-Foundation. Let's replace it by Just-Run. No space, just -run. And let's hit save. Now let's close this. And then here you see the pencil icon for editing the steps. So let's click on it. And editing a CartFlows step is just like editing a page as we saw before in this course. So let's open the document overview. And ideally at this point, we would rename all the containers as you know, but we're just going to keep it simple here because we're not going to edit the whole page or the whole step. I'm just going to show you the basic principle of the funnel so we can focus on that instead. So here, I'm just going to select the first container, then go to Style, Change Image. I'm going to type Funnel, select this one here, hit Select. Now, let me close this so we have a better view. Let me select this image, change image. Let me type ebook 01, and I'm going to pick this one here. Then hit Select. Then I'm just going to change the text, just run. And by the way, as usual, you can find this in the course files. So let me copy this, select this text and replace it. And I'm going to change the text here to $19. And regarding the link, you don't need to put the link. CartFlows already knows which step it's going to. And actually, if you look at the funnel itself, you can just drag and drop the steps and replace it. And CartFlows will know in which order to link to each and every step. So back to editing our step, I'm just going to do the same for the rest of the page. I'm going to change the content, and with the magic of editing, I'll see you in a moment. But you can pause the video and make all the changes if you want exactly the same content. But if you just want to go faster, you don't have to. We just change this and it's enough. So this is our final page. Let me open it here. And as we scroll, as you can see, all the content is ready to go. We can move on to our next step. So back to our page, let's go back by clicking here in the top left corner. And from here, let's go back to CartFlows funnels, just run ebook 01. And now let's take care of our second step. And one of the first things you see here is it says no product assigned. Now for a checkout page, you need to have a product assigned. So we're going to take care of it in a moment. So click on the settings icon, and as usual, we're going to change the name. So let's replace the first two words, SEO Foundation, by just Run, which is the name of our ebook. Let's save, and then let's go straight to settings and let's change the step URL, just-run, like this, no space. Once again, let's save our settings, and it's best to save your settings while you are in a sub-tab. This way you ensure all of your settings are saved and you do not accidentally forget to save some of the changes. So let's go back to the products tab, and here we're going to search for a product. So let me click here and let's start typing just run. And because we're organized and we named our product accordingly, it's super easy to find, just run ebook. So let me select this one and click on add. Now let's hit save settings one more time. Let's close this. And now you can see the notice has disappeared because now we assigned a product. So now let's click on the edit step icon and we're going to change this image here. So hit replace, or you can click here on change image. And let's type ebook 01B. And that's the one. So let's hit select. So it's looking good. Now here we can change the color if we want. So we go to style, color. Let's change this. Then we can, while it's selected, you see the bar here, we can hit the Spectra copy paste icon, copy style, select the second one here and paste style. Super easy. Next, let's select our block here, then go to style, buttons, and we can change the color here. We can also change the border radius. So let me put 0 all around. Next, hit save. And let's go back by clicking here in the top left corner. Now, once again, let's go to CartFlows funnels. Let's open our funnel. Now let's scroll down, and here is our third and last step, the thank you page. So as usual, let's open the settings and let's change the title. So let's replace the first two words by just run, hit save, then go to general, and let's change the step slug. So just-run, no space. And let's hit save settings. Now let's close this and let's click on the edit step icon. Now let's scroll down and let me open the document overview. So with our container selected, let's go to style and let's change the image. I'm just going to type funnel and it's this image here. Click on select. We can change the color of the text here by going to style, color. Let's pick this color, and then here the icon, you can pick any color, go to style, and we can either pick our main color or we can pick like a green color to tell everything went well. Now let's close this and let's save. Now let's go to the front end and let's go to our shop. So let's go to ebooks, and as you can see, here is our just run ebook, and if I click on it, this is our standard product page, and if we want, we can add to cart, we can view our cart, and then from there we can proceed to checkout. So let me remove this. Let's return to our store, ebooks, and to our products. But maybe one thing you didn't know is that we can link these buttons straight to CartFlows and to the funnel we just created. So for that, let's go back to WordPress and let's click here in the top left corner. And next, click on products. And let's scroll and find our just run ebook. So let me open it. And next, you want to go to product data. And if it's closed, just click on it. And here you see a CartFlows subtab. So here you see select the flow, type to search a funnel. So let's start typing just, and there it is, just run ebook. But one thing you may not know is that we can change the add to cart text. So let's change it to get it now. And now let's click on update. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh and take a look here at the label. So now I'm just going to refresh. So now the label says get it now. And instead of adding to cart, if I click on it, voila, it takes us to our funnel. So you can take a look at the page, then click on buy now. Then here we can enter our details. So for the time being, we are Marcus Doe, the first customer. Next, let's scroll down and hit place order. And voila, you did it. Your ebook is ready for download. So as you can see, that was super easy. But now let's take it up a notch and create a bit of a more complex funnel with an initial offer as well as an upsell and a downsell if our upsell offer was turned down. Now, disclaimer, this requires CartFlows Pro, but if you just want to use the free CartFlows, you can build a funnel as we just did. And if you're not interested in Pro, you may move on to the next segment. But some people already have Pro, or some people are considering getting the Pro because they want more complex funnels. And even if you're not interested in CartFlows Pro, you may learn a thing or two about upsells, downsells, and the psychology behind it. And now you may be wondering, what's the difference between an upsell and an order bump? Well, in CartFlows, an order bump is a small pre-checkout offer designed to increase average order value by adding a complementary product or a service to the customer's cart before they finalize their purchase. That's the difference. Whereas on the other hand, an upsell is a post-checkout offer that suggests a higher value version of the main product or a related product, typically offered after the customer has completed their initial purchase. So basically the upsell, the credit card or the means of payment is already there, the payment has already happened, and then the offer is made afterwards. So basically the store already has the payment information, and then the customer can decide if they want to change their order, and all the details are already set. Whereas the order bump comes after they finalize the purchase. It's basically asking the customer, hey, by the way, do you want to add this? Just like, you go to McDonald's and, hey, would you like fries with this? So with that out of the way, let's create our Pro funnel. So the first step, of course, is to install CartFlows Pro. So go to Plugins, Add Plugin, then click on Upload Plugin, click on Choose File, then locate the zip file you received when you got CartFlows Pro, click Open, and Install Now. Next, click on Activate Plugin, then click here to activate CartFlows Pro. Enter your license key, click Activate License, and click on Save Settings. And now if we close this, you can see our license was activated. Next, click on Create New Funnel, and we're going to look for a template called Business Hacks. So it's this one here. You can always use the search field here in case you need it. So let me click on View All Steps, and as before, you can preview the steps by clicking on the corresponding thumbnails. So let me click on Import Funnel. Then let's go to our course files within the text folder, CartFlows, and the second funnel here. And let's copy the funnel name and let's paste it here. Then click on Import Funnel. All right, and for me that took about 15 seconds. Not bad. So you should probably know the drill now. Let's click here on the settings of our first step. Then let's edit the name. Just run. Let's save. And let's do the same thing here, just -run. And once again, let's save our settings and let's close this. Next, let's edit the design by editing the step. Now let me scroll. Let me open the document overview. Now, once again, ideally we would change all the names, but for the same reasons as previously, we're just going to focus on the funnel itself. You already know how to edit pages. It's exactly the same principle. So I'm just going to show you how to change this first container here. So with the container selected, let's go to Style, change image, and let me type banner 01C. So that's the one we're going to use. Hit select. Then let me scroll down, and where you see overlay type, I'm going to choose gradient. And for the first color, I'm going to use this color code here. And for the second color, I'm going to use this color code. Next, let me click here on this image, and I'm going to hit replace, open media library, and type ebook 01B. I'm going to select this image here and hit select. Next, let me click on the logo here, hit replace, open media library. Now let me type logo, and I'm going to pick the white version here, hit select, and now I'm going to change its width to 200 and the height to 13. And now with the magic of editing, I'm just going to edit the rest of the page. But once again, it's not what's important here. What's important is the mechanism of the funnel. But if you want, you can pause the video and fill in the details according to the course file. Okay, so I'm done editing the page. And if we take a look, this is our page. So I just basically changed the text. So as you can see, super handy. Everything is already there for you. And if you know how to edit a page here on your website with the Spectra Visual Website Builder, then you also know how to edit a CartFlows step. Now in this course, we're using the Spectra Visual Website Builder, but don't forget that CartFlows also works with major page builders, such as Elementor, for example. Okay, now let's take care of step 2. So I'm still in CartFlows funnels and inside my second funnel. So we're done with step 1. Now let's move on to the checkout. So let's click on the gear icon. And as previously, the first thing we're going to do is change the name. Now this is just for us, but it's easier to get organized. So just run. Then let's go to the settings tab. And let's change the step URL also, just-run. And by the way, in the global settings of CartFlows, you can decide whether or not these funnels are indexed by search engines. Once again, if you want to know more about CartFlows, you can take a look at this video linked in the description below, but only once you're done with this course. Let's stay focused, shall we? Okay, so let's click on Save Settings and let's go back to the Products tab. Now let's click on Add, and we see Search for Product. Let's type Just, and here it is, Just Run. So let's click on Add, and let's hit Save Settings. Next, let's close this. And now let's click on Edit Step. So here, let me scroll. Let's select our image, hit Replace, open Media Library. I'm just going to type ebook 01A. And this is the image we want. Click on Select. Next, let me change the title to Just Run. And from the course files, I'm just going to replace this text. And now, as previously, for the rest, it's not really important. What matters here is the mechanism of the funnel. And actually, it's just run, not just un. Now, let me save this. And now let's move on to step number 3, the upsell. So let's go back to our funnel, and this is step number 3. So let's start by clicking the Open Settings icon. And as usual, let's change the name. Let's start by Just Run. Hit Save. Let's go to Settings, General, and let's change the step URL. Let's start by just-run. Still no space. Let's save, and let's go back to the Products tab. And here, let's type Runology with 2 N. And there it is. This is our upsell product. So let's click on Add. And as you can see, by default, it's adding a 50% discount. Now you can either have no discount, percentage discount, or fixed price discount. We're going to choose that option. So a discount price of $50. So instead of $98, it's going to be $48. Now just below, we have an option here that's super important. By default, it's on. So it's replace main order. And what that means is that at this point, the customer has already purchased the Just Run ebook for $19. But now they are offered to replace the main order. So if they accept, it's going to replace the main order and they will pay the difference from $19 to $48. But if you toggle this off, it's going to add to the order. So they will keep the Just Run ebook for $19 and then they add Rhinology for $48. So that means 2 products. Now in our case, we want to toggle this on. It's going to replace the main order. Next, you have the skip offer option, but we're not going to use that here. And what this option does, it's going to exclude the offer if the buyer has previously purchased the selected product. So let's save settings. Let's close this and let's edit our upsell step. Now let's scroll down and let's open our document overview. So if we expand, you can see we have a subcontainer, and if we expand it, we have 2 subcontainers. So let's select the first subcontainer and let's rename it to container A. Let's close this and let's rename the second container to, you've guessed it, container B. Let's save and let's close this. Now select container A, and in general, container tab custom width, you want to make it 40%. Make sure it's in percent. And for container B, you want to change it to 60%. Okay, next select the image and then click on change image. I'm going to type 03B, and this is the image we want. So hit select. Great. Now let's change the content according to the course files. So let me scroll back up, and here instead of 50%, it's $50 discount. Same thing here. I'm going to remove the percentage and add the $sign. And by the way, while we're at it, with my button selected, I can go to style, background, and let me change it to our main color. Next, let me change this to Rhinology, and let's change this text. Next, let me select all of our lists, and I'm just going to delete it altogether. And for the price, it's going to be $48 instead of usually $98. Okay, next you can see our buttons here. So these are dynamic buttons. So first of all, we're going to change these texts, and you have the text here. So it's change my order, and I'm going to paste it here. Now, bear in mind, this is super important. You should choose the wording according to the option you previously selected. Do you want this to replace the main order or just come as a complementary order? We chose to replace the main order. That's why we changed the text here. Change my order. Super important. And the next one is skip offer. Now, with this button selected, you can click here on offer action and double check that the action is consistent with the button. So the offer action is accept offer. Yes. And then if you click here, this should be reject offer. But if we open this here, you can see it's set to accept offer. So we need to change this. And don't worry, super simple. Change my order or add to my order should always be accept, and skip should be set to reject. So I wanted to show you this so you can troubleshoot it yourself. All right, let's save. And now let's take care of step number 4, the downsell. So back to our pro funnel. Step number 4 is this one here. So let's click on the gear icon to open settings. Let's change the first 2 words of our product here to just run. Then hit save. Let's go to settings, general, and let's change the step URL, just-run, no space, save settings. And now let's go back to products. And for our downsell, we're going to type FAAA for faster. Here it is, run faster. And let's click on add. Next, we're going to add a fixed discount of $30. So the new price is $28. And next, where you see replace main order, just as previously, we're going to toggle this on. So it will replace the main order of $19 if the customers decide to go with the downsell. All right, let's hit save settings. Let's close this and let's edit our step. Now let's scroll down and let's start replacing the content. So this time it's not 50% off, but it's $30 off. Then let's click on style, background, and let's change the color to our main color. Next, let's replace our title by run faster. And let's change our text here with the text in the course file. Next, let's replace our pricing here, only $28 instead of usually $58. Now let's go to the course files and let's select this text for the call to action. And let's replace it here. And as previously with this button selected, you want to click on offer action, make sure it's set to accept, and then click on skip and make sure it's set to reject. So basically what's going to happen is that when the customer gets the upsell offer, if they refuse, they'll be taken to this offer, the downsell offer. And from here, if they accept, it's going to replace the main order, the Just Run ebook of $19, by this offer of $28 for Run Faster. And if they refuse, they will just keep the original purchase of the Just Run ebook. All right, one more thing we need to do is to change this image here. So click on it, click Change Image. I'm going to type 02B, and it's this image here. And now let's hit Save. And we can now take care of the fifth and last step in this funnel, the thank you step. So back to our funnel, this is our fifth step. Click on Open Settings, and you know the drill now. Let's change the name. First two words should be Just Run, then Save. Then click on the General subtab, and let's change the step URL, just-run with no space. Save settings, and let's close this. Next, click on Edit Step. Now let's scroll down. Let's open the document overview. And with our first container selected, let's go to Style, Change Image, Media Library. Let me type 01D, and it's this image here. Hit Select, and now let's scroll down and let's add an overlay type, Gradient. So the first color should be set to this color code. Let's close this, and the second color should be set to this color code. All right, let's close this. Now let's save. And now let's add this funnel to our Just Run ebook product. So as before, let's go to Products, then scroll down until you find Just Run, click on it, scroll down to Product Data, CartFlows, and let's remove the current funnel. Let's type Just, and you can see we have two funnels now. Let's select the Pro funnel. Let's scroll back up and update. And now we're back as our dear customer Marcus Doe. Let's go to Shop, eBooks. Let's open the Just Run ebook. Click on Get It Now. And there you go. This is our Pro funnel. So of course, the customers will go through all the page and then click on Get the ebook. Next, since we are in the same browser, some of the info is already entered. Now I'm just going to add the password for Marcus Doe's account. And by the way, we'll take a look at passwords and accounts and everything later in the course, so don't worry about this. Let me log in here. Now let me scroll down and let's click on Place Order. Oh, I need to add a house number. Well, actually, I need to add the whole address. So I did it, and now let's try again. Great, but now I get this offer. $50 discount. Sounds interesting. But, no. I'm going to stay with my offer. So skip offer. And guess what? Another offer. Not as expensive as the previous one, but still more expensive than the first one. But it looks more interesting. Let me replace my order. And there you go. And as you can see, there's only one book. So it replaced the order. It did not add it because we chose specifically that option. Now, as you saw, it's super easy to change the default behavior of a WooCommerce product to link to your CartFlows funnels. Now, talking about this, we're back in the Just Run ebook, and let's go back to CartFlows and let's setting back to our first simple funnel for the time being, and let's hit Update. Now, in the next segment, I will show you how to optimize your website to make it clean and responsive on all devices. And the first thing we're going to do is to clean up our WordPress install. So let's start with the posts. So I'm going to go to Posts, All Posts. And here you can see we have a post. So I'm just going to hover over it and click on Trash. Then go to the trash and click on Empty Trash. Great, that was easy. Next, you would do the same to Pages, All Pages. And look for any page that's not needed. Like it could be a page from the install of the starter template, it could be a temporary page. Now in our case, there's no page we need to delete, but it's always good to double check. Next, you would go to products and do exactly the same thing. Now, once again, we really curated the products we added here, so we don't need to delete anything, but you get the idea. Next, plugins. And you want to make sure that you only keep the plugins you're going to use on the website. Now, some of these plugins here are deactivated, and that's because we'll talk about this in the settings section in this course, and we will activate those plugins. But at this stage, if there's any plugin you don't need for the rest of the project, now is the time to deactivate and delete those plugins. Okay, next, let's go to the media library. And this is where you want to delete all the visuals that you don't need. Now, you may want to do a backup first. And if you don't know how to create a backup with WordPress, I'll put a link to this video in the description below. So the idea here is that we're going to delete all the visuals that we don't need. If you're not sure, you might as well leave it. But if you're sure, you can completely delete those images. It will make the whole website more organized, as well as reduce the file size if you do a backup of your website. So you can either go image by image. For example, I can click here on this image, then hit delete permanently and hit OK. And there you go, it's deleted. Now, if you have a lot of images, you may want to click on bulk select, and then you can just select the images you want to delete and then hit delete permanently. So for example, just looking at these images here, because I've been working on the project, I'm going to select this one. I'm not too sure about these because I think they appear in the testimonials section. And if this was a real website, I would wait until I would get the real images of the real people, of the real testimonials, before I delete those. But now let me continue. I can delete this one. So these, I'm pretty sure I don't need those anymore. So let me select all of these, this logo, this one, and I'm just going to hit delete. So you get the idea. I'm going to clean up my media library. So at this point, you can pause if you want to do it now. And with the magic of editing, I'll be back when everything is cleaned up. And there you go. We're left with 105 media items versus previously 173 media items. So that's quite substantial. Now, one thing you might see while you're working on your project is that if you go to dashboard updates, you see a little notification with the number of updates available. Now, unless it's a critical update, I would advise you wait until you've completed the website, because at this stage, you don't want to induce errors, bugs, and you will never know, is it because you updated or is it something else? But once again, if there is a critical update, then of course you should proceed with that update. And while I was just talking about it, guess what happened? An update for the CartFlows Pro plugin. Now, if you want to know what this update is all about, just click here on View Version Details. Then click on the changelog. And here you can read about what this update is all about and whether or not it's critical. And in case it is critical, all you need to do is select your plugin and click on Update Plugins. And voila, updated. Okay, now let's take care about making our website look good on desktop, tablet, and mobile. Now at this point, the desktop version should be okay, but it's always better to double check. And the way you do it is very simple. Just go through each and every page. Pretend you're a customer and just go through the pages, scroll down, click on buttons, and just check that all the pages look good. Like for example, we go on the new arrivals page. It's looking good. And basically you're going to do that for each and every page, each and every product. So make sure you don't forget all these legal pages here at the bottom that, most of the time we don't think about. So you also want to take a look at these and make sure everything is looking good. But now let's take a look at the tablet and mobile versions. And let me show you the way I do it. So here I'm in the Chrome browser. I'm on my page in desktop mode. And basically, first of all, let me go back to the home page. So here I'm going to right click, and here you can see I have inspect. So I'm going to click on this. And then here you see an icon. It's representing a desktop and a mobile. So that's the responsive icon. So let me click on it. And as you can see, now I'm in tablet mode. Now you can change this here. You have a drop down and you have a bunch of devices, and you can even click edit and add more devices. So here I'm on the iPad Air, which is a good device to choose for the tablet. And as you can see, it's not looking good. Now let's do the same thing for the mobile. So I'm going to right click on inspect. And this time I'm going to choose iPhone 14 Pro Max, for example, and same thing, not looking that good. So let me go back to tablet. I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to identify the issues. So first of all, the main issue here is that there is no visual. The text, you can't really see it, but it's very too narrow. It's not looking good. And then here we have the 4 images look good on desktop, but here it's like something is missing. It should be 3 or 6. Now let's take a look at the mobile version. So we have the same issue with the hero section. And then when it comes to the products, it's looking good here because we have 4 products. We could still change it, but it's still looking good. And for the rest of the page, it's okay. So back in WordPress admin, you can go to pages, all pages, and then you can open the page you want to change. Now, another way you can do this, and actually I prefer to do it this way when I'm optimizing for responsive devices, is I'm just gonna hover over the name of the website, and then where you see visit site, I'm not gonna click on it, I'm just gonna right click and open in a new tab. So this is the new tab, and here I'm on the home page, and that's the page we wanna change, but still, I'm gonna keep this tab intact the way it is. I'm just gonna open another tab. So I'm just gonna right click on the logo, open in a new tab. And this way I can always come back to this page and open the various pages, products, and just go from there. So let me move on to the new tab, which looks exactly the same. And now I can click on edit page here in the top left part of the window. So let me click on it. And next, I'm just gonna click on the responsive icon here and go in tablet mode. Next, I'm gonna click on the document overview icon. Then I'm going to select my hero section, go to the style tab, and click on change image. Now I'm gonna type BG01 and let me select this one here. Okay, looking better. Next, still with my hero container selected, let me go to general, and where you see minimum height, you wanna make sure the value is set to VH units and you wanna change the value to 100. Next, click on the responsive icon, go into mobile mode and same thing, VH, and the value should be set to 100. All right, let's go back to tablet mode. Next, let's collapse the container type and let's open the layout subtab. And now for the direction, you want to select column. Okay, next, let's expand our hero container. Let's expand container A and let's click on the info box. Next, you want to click on style, then open the prefix subtab and click on the typography option. Make sure the unit is set to pixels and let's give it a value of 85. And next, let's go into mobile mode and let's make sure once again it's set to pixels and let's give it 65 pixels. Okay, and next let's go back in tablet mode. All right, so let's collapse our hero container. And here you see the shop DSK/MOB container. So we're gonna click on the 3 dots and hit duplicate. Next, let's rename this container to shop TAB for tablet and let's hit save. Now let's close this. Let's select the shop DSK container, then go to advanced, responsive conditions, and we want to hide this container on tablet. You'll understand in a moment. Next, let's click on the shop TAB this time. And at the same spot, so in advanced responsive conditions, we want to hide it on desktop and mobile. And next you want to open the course files, go to the text folder, then open the pages subfolder, open the home.txt file, and you will see shop TAB. So we want to select this shortcode, copy it, and right here you see we are in the shop TAB container. We're just gonna remove this shortcode and paste the new shortcode. And if you look at the differences, well, the difference is that we're using 3 columns and a limit of 6 products. So let's hit save. And now if we go back to the front end, let's refresh. And as you can see, it's looking good so far. And we have our 3 columns and 6 products. Now, if I scroll back up, one thing we could change is we could have more spacing here because there is a break in the line and actually it could span across the width. So let's fix this. So in the document overview, let's select our hero section. And right here, let's click here on the info box. Next, let's go to style, spacing. And as you can see, there is a right padding of 40%. So we're gonna make this 0. Okay, that's looking better. Let's save. And now let's go back and refresh. And there you go. Now let's check the mobile version. Let's refresh. And much better. As you can see, it's looking good now. We have our products. Everything is looking good for that page. Okay, so let's go back to our tablet version. And next, let's open the shop page. Now let's scroll down and take a look. And everything is looking good. Now let's take a look at the mobile version. Let's scroll down, and once again, everything is looking good. Now you could make it one product per row. It's a matter of personal preference, but so far so good. Now back in the tablet version, let me scroll back up a little bit, and you see here we have categories. So let's click on the footwear category. Let's take a look, and once again, it's looking good. Now the categories use a template. So if it looks good on the footwear category, it's going to look good on the group category and so on. And now let's double check here with the mobile version. Let's go to the footwear category. And once again, looking good. Now back in the tablet version, let's click on a product. And from the get-go, you can see we can make it better. It's a bit weird here at the top. Now let's check everything works. Everything is looking good. All right, so the rest of the page is okay, but we want to fix this space here. Now let's take a look at the mobile version, and same problem here. So we want to fix that. Now let's take a look at the rest of the page, and everything is looking good. Okay, so back in WordPress, I'm going to close this tab, and we are back at this tab. If you recall, I told you not to close this homepage while logged in as an admin. So right here at the top, you see Customize. I'm going to right click and open in a new tab. And then I'm going to navigate to this new tab. And next, I'm going to go to WooCommerce, Single Product, Design. Then I'm going to click on the tablet icon here at the bottom. Next, I'm going to go to our shop. So let's click on it. Then let's open our product so we can see what we're doing. So right here, I'm going to click on this icon to unlink the values. Then I'm going to give it a top margin of 0. And as you can see, we got rid of that space. Now, if you want to keep a little bit of space, you could put it at 10 pixels, 20 pixels. It's up to you. But for this project, let's keep it at 0. Next, click on this responsive icon to go in mobile mode. And let's do the same thing. Let's click here to unlink the values. And let's give it a top margin of 0. Now, by default, the values work in cascade. So the value from the desktop should go to the tablet, and then from the tablet to the mobile. But you can also specify per device, and just to be on the safe side, we specified here also for the mobile version. All right, let's hit publish. And now if we go back to the front end and refresh, there you go, much better. And now let's take a look at the mobile version and let's refresh. And voila, that was super easy to fix. You just need to know where to look. And by the way, if you want to know everything about Astra, I'll link to this video in the description below. But please, after you're done with this course, let's stay focused here, shall we? Okay, back in tablet mode, I'm going to scroll down to the footer and click on the legal link. Now for the legal pages, everything should work pretty well for the desktop, tablet, and mobile versions because we already took care of this while we were building these pages, but it's always better to double check. So let me click on disclaimer, and it's looking good. And if you recall, all the other pages are basically duplicates of this page. So the settings should be the same, and quickly checking it confirms that. So it's all looking good. Now let's do the same thing for the mobile version. So this is our legal page. But now if we go to disclaimer, as you can see, we have another navigation here. This is what we specified when we created the page. So if we click on it, this is what you should get. And if we click here, terms and conditions, that should take us to the appropriate page. And that's the case. All looking good? Great. Okay, back to the tablet version. Let's open the new arrivals page. And from the get-go, you can see something is off here. So we need to take care of this. Now for the rest of the page, everything is looking good. Now let's take a look at the mobile version, and everything is looking good here. So no changes needed. So back in WordPress, I'm just gonna close this tab, and we are back to our tab that we want to keep open. So I'm gonna right click on new arrivals and open link in a new tab. And then let me navigate to this new tab. Then hit edit page. Then let's go straight into tablet mode. Let's open the document overview, and with our hero container selected, you want to expand it. Click on the inside container, then go to general, and you want to collapse the container type and expand the layout subtab. And right here, instead of grid, you want to click on flex. Then where you see align items, you want to click on center. Next, hit save. And now if we go back to the front end in tablet mode, let's refresh. And there you go. Looking good. Yeah. Okay, next, let's go to our collections page. And here we can see a bit of alignment issues. And as we scroll down, there's a lot of space here. The image here, the image effect is not quite what we want. Same thing here. So all in all, there's a bunch of things we need to fix on this page. Now let's take a look at the mobile version, and we also have some alignment issues. Now let's scroll down. A lot of space here. Actually, we don't see, there's supposed to be an image here. We don't see it. Now this image, okay, but maybe the alignment also, the positioning could be better. So once again, all in all, there is some work to do on this page. So back in WordPress, we want to close this tab, and we are back on the tab we're not going to close. So I'm just going to right click on collections, open in a new tab, and navigate to that new tab. And you know the drill now, just going to click on edit page. And from the get-go, I'm going to switch to tablet mode, then open the document overview. Then I'm going to expand the hero container, and then I'm going to select this heading here. Next, go to style, spacing. Then you want to make sure the values are unlinked, and you want to give it 0, 0, 0, and 60 pixels. Make sure it's in pixels. Next, click on the responsive icon, and let's go into mobile mode. And this time, you want to link the values, and let's give it 20 pixels all around. Once again, make sure it's in pixels. And then for the margin, you want to link the values and set it to 0 all around. Next, still with our heading selected, let's stay in mobile mode. Let's go to general, and you want to align the text in the center. Now let's go back in tablet mode, and let's select our hero container. Next, go to style, spacing, and where you see padding, you want to click here on the link icon, and then click one more time to unlink the values. And we're going to give it 40, 40, 0, and 40, and that's in pixels. All right. So next, let's collapse the hero container, and let's select our footwear container. Then go to style, background, and here under image position, you see it's set to custom. We're going to change this to default. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but if you look closely, you don't see the image here. That's because it's taking the image from the desktop version. If you want to be sure, click on change image, and you can have a dedicated image for the tablet version. Now in our case, it's the same image, but just to show you the principle, we would select the image and have it here. Now let's move into mobile mode. So let me click here and scroll down, and let's do the same thing. I'm going to click on change image, but this time I'm going to choose a different image for the mobile. I'm going to use this image here. Hit select, and now let me scroll down, open the spacing subtab, and I'm going to change the padding here to 250 pixels. Now let me go back in tablet mode, and now let's select our level up container. So let me scroll here. Let me open the background subtab, and let me select my image. I'm going to type mockup, and it's this image here. Hit select. Now let me scroll down, and let's change the size to cover. And then here in the position, I'm going to click here in the middle. And next, let's go in mobile mode. Now let me scroll back up. Once again, let's select our image. So this image here. And actually, let me scroll so we can see what we're doing. And now let me scroll down, open the spacing subtab. And once again, let's give it a top padding of 250 pixels. Next, let's go back to tablet mode, and let's save our page. And now if we go back to the front end, let me refresh. And there you go. So it's looking good, except for one thing. So this is looking great, but here you can see we have a misalignment. So let's go back to WordPress. Let's select our heading here. And if you want to look, it's here in the hierarchy. Then you want to go to style spacing. And here you want to make sure the values are unlinked, and you want to give it 0, 0, 0, and 30 pixels. Then hit save. Now let's go back and refresh. And there you go. It's looking great. And now let's take a look at the mobile version. So let me hit refresh. And as you can see, it's starting well. Now let's scroll. There you go, we got our image and everything is looking good. Okay, back to the tablet version, we're going to add a product so we can look at our cart. So I'm just going to select this variation, add it to cart, and click on View Cart. So no problem here. And here on the mobile, no problem either. So back in tablet, let's click on Proceed to Checkout. And all is looking good here. Let's double check. Yeah, everything looking good. And now let's check the mobile version. And looking good. Okay, now let's take a look at our funnels. But if you recall, our funnels are only accessible if you have the direct link or if we link it to a product. So let's go to Products. And now let's open our Just Run ebook. And if we go to CartFlows, we can see that it's linked to our first funnel. So here we are in tablet mode. Let's go to our shop. Or actually, we can just type Just Run. This is our product. And let's click on Get It Now. And here we can see we have an issue, like the image should be on top. So we need to fix this. Now let's scroll down. And everything looks good. Great. So we only need to fix this. And now for the mobile version, same issue. The image should be on top. We cannot see it. And for the rest of the page, it seems it's looking good. Let's double check. Yeah, all good. So in WordPress, I'm going to leave this tab open and then I'm going to hover over CartFlows, Funnels, right click and open in a new tab. And then I'm just going to navigate to this new tab. Next, I'm going to click on our first funnel here, the 01. And then for our landing page, I'm going to click on Edit Step. So let me scroll down and let me select my image. Then let me go to Advanced, Z-Index, and I'm going to give it a value of 1. And now let's go in tablet mode. And instead of -1, let's give it once again a value of 1. And let's repeat the operation for the mobile. Z-index of 1. And in case you don't know what a Z-index is, just imagine layers. So Z-index 0 is here, 1 is here, 2, and so on. And in negative, it goes the other way around. So basically, it's a way of visually positioning elements. Now, hit save. And if you go back to the front end in tablet mode and refresh, there you go. And now let's do the same thing in mobile mode. And there you go. Now we can center this image here, by the way. So back in WordPress, still with our image selected, let's go to General. And first of all, let's align the image in the center. And next, instead of full size, let's select medium. Then let's open the document overview and let's select the container that contains the image. So it's this one here. We didn't rename it and I explained why before because we were more focused on the actual funnel than the rest. But in this case, you understand why it's convenient to rename your containers. But basically, this is the container that contains the image. So with this container selected, you want to go to Style, Spacing, and here where you see padding, we're going to click twice to unlink the values and set it to 0 all around. And then now you can click on the image and drag the handle to make it wide like this. All right, now let's hit save. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. Now let's take a look at the other steps. So let me click on Buy Now. And here, as we can see, we could do better. Now let's check the next step on the mobile version. And here it's looking good. So I'm in funnel number 1. Let me click on Edit Step. Now let me scroll down. Let me go into tablet mode. And let's open the document overview. So I'm just gonna expand this container. And let me rename these containers to Container A and Container B. So with Container A selected, let me go to General. And where you see Custom Width, make sure it's set to percentage as a unit and change it to 100%. And now let's do the same thing here for Container B, percentage and 100%. Now let's select our main container here, then go to General. Let's collapse the Container tab and let's open the Layout tab. Next, for the direction, you want to select Column Reverse. So now the form comes on top and right under it, We have our visual, and by the way, we can click on the visual and we can make it medium, for example, so that it's smaller. And now let's hit save. And if you go back and refresh, there you go. So let me scroll back up. We have our checkout form. Then we have our product here. But if you go to the mobile version and refresh, as you can see, it also changed it for the mobile because it's a cascade style of inheriting styles. So if you want to put it back to the way it was for the mobile, you need to reverse the order, specifically for the mobile. So back in WordPress admin, let's go in mobile mode. Let's select our main container and let's specify that the direction should be set to column. And so now the image will come first, as you can see here on screen. So let's save. And if you go back to our mobile version and refresh, there you go, it's back to normal. And now let's double check and go back to our tablet version. Let's refresh. And as you can see, it kept this setting specifically for the tablet version. So we're all good. Now let's click on place order. And there you go. Our thank you page is looking good. Now let's do the same for the mobile version. Place order. Let's take a look at our page. And there you go. Looking good. Okay, now let's take a look at our second funnel, the Pro funnel. So here I'm back in the WordPress admin. I open my product Just Run ebook. I'm in the product data section. And now instead of Just Run ebook 01, we're going to select Just Run ebook 02 Pro. Now let me hit update. And now I'm back in the tablet version. Once again, I'm just going to type Just Run, enter. Let me select my product, hit get it now. And this is it. So this is our page. Let's scroll down and it's looking good. So looking fine here. And now let's take a look at the mobile version. It's looking good. Let's look at the rest of the page. Everything looking good. The only thing you may want to change is the image here because you can't really see the subject. So you may want to change that. So for that, once again, in WordPress admin, I'm going to hover over CartFlows, funnels, right click, open in a new tab, and then I'm going to navigate to this new tab. Then open our second funnel. And where you see the landing page, the first step, I'm going to click on edit step. Then let's go into a mobile mode. Now let me open the document overview, and with my first container selected, I'm going to go to style and I'm just going to change the position of the image. So now let me hit save. And if I go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. It's better. Now you can play around with this and you can try to find the right position. Let me try again. Now let's go back and refresh. And there you go. Much, much better. Now let's go back to our tablet version and let's look at the other steps. So if I click on get the ebook, I get to this page, looking good. Let me place my order. So this is also looking good. Let me skip the offer so I can see the downsell. Still looking fine. And let me skip the final offer. And this is our thank you page. Looking great. Now let's do the same for the mobile version. Click on get the ebook. All right, let's look at this page. And everything looks good. Let's place the order. And here we can see we have an issue with the label. So this is our upsell step. Now let's look at the rest of the page. The rest looks good. So in our second funnel, this is step 3. I'm going to click on edit step. Next, you want to go in mobile mode. Let's scroll down and this is the culprit here. So let's open the document overview. And here it's set to button, but you want to select buttons, which is the container that contains the button, if that makes sense. Next, you want to go to style, spacing, and for the margin, you want to click on this icon to unlink the values. And then you want to give it a right margin of -20 pixels. There you go. So let's hit save. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. So next, let me skip the offer and we get to this page. So it's looking good. But once again, we can position this label a little bit better. So still in our second funnel, I'm going to click here on step 4, edit step. Then let's go into mobile mode. Let's select our button here and let's open the document overview. So I'm just going to select buttons, then go to style, spacing, unlink the values, and now it's set to 0. Actually, let me try and give it a bit more margin. So I set it to 7, and we're talking about pixels here. Then hit save, and now let's go back and refresh, and there you go, looking good. Now let's scroll down and let's skip this offer, and there you go. Now let's take a look at this last page, and it's looking good. Awesome. Your WordPress install should now be clean because we cleaned up everything, and your website should now look good on desktop, tablet, and mobile. Now, in the next segment, I will show you how to make your WooCommerce website complete by configuring its settings step by step. So in WordPress admin, first of all, you want to go to plugins, install plugins, locate SureMail, and hit activate. And if you don't know SureMail, wait, I know this guy. Well, I was saying, if you don't know SureMail, basically it's a fail-proof email delivery plugin, because depending on which web hosting you're using and the settings they have in place, your emails might not go through. So for example, when someone purchases an item, they should get an email. You want to be sure they're going to get that email. As well as you as the admin or shop manager, you want to make sure you get those emails about some orders. You get the idea. And if you want more information about SureMail, I'll link to a video in the description below. So the first thing we're going to do is connect with SMTP provider. So you have different type of SMTP providers like Amazon SES, Brevo, Elastic. Well, you see all the list. You might have a Google Mail, you might have MailJet, or you just might have your email address that you got with your web hosting. Most web hosting come with at least one email address, so you can get those details in your web host dashboard. And if you don't know how to find it, just ask support. They will happily help you. And by support, I don't mean our support. I mean your web hosting support. But whether it's an email from your web hosting company or from any other service you see listed here, the principle is the same. So in this case, I'm going to choose other SMTP provider because I'm going to use the info for the email address I got with my web hosting company. So let me select this, and then I'm just going to fill in the details. So I'm just going to fill in the info and hit save changes. So the system is going to be testing that it works. And there you go, verification successful. Now you can always add more connections and tell the system which has the priority. And in case one doesn't work, it will move on to the next one. But let's keep it simple here, and that should work fine. And if you want to be sure, you can just hit send test email. Specify to which email address you want to send the test to and hit send test email. And there you go, test email sent successfully. And now if we check in our inbox, we can see we received the email. And if we open the email, we can see it's all working good. And by the way, the name Astra eShop, this is what I specified in the SureMail settings while I was filling in the form. Okay, great. Now let's take a look at another plugin that actually works hand in hand with this one. It's SureForms. So let's go to SureForms dashboard. And from here, we can create a form, view all forms, or view entries. In our case, I'm going to click on view all forms. And let's open our simple contact form. And here, of course, you can edit the form, but that's beyond the scope of this course. If you want, I'll link a video in the description below if you want to know more about SureForms. But for the time being, what we're interested in is email notifications. So if I click on it, you can see that right now, the email notification is sent to the admin notification email, which is the email you find in WordPress in Settings General. This is the email mentioned here. Now, if instead you want to send it to a shop manager, for example, you can edit this. Click on edit and you can add more emails, or you can replace this email. It's up to you. All you need to do is separate it with commas. So you could add your shop manager's email, an intern, whoever you want. You can put it here. But for the time being, let's just keep it like this. So I'm just going to cancel. And by the way, I forgot to show you, but let me go back. You can change the name. You can change the subject name. So you're in total control. Now let me cancel this. Now here we have compliance settings. So if you are in the EU, you can enable GDPR compliance. You also have integrations, either with webhooks, that's if you have the pro version, or you can install and activate AutoKit, formerly known as SureTriggers. So you can pretty much connect with any app out there. And last but not least, you got some custom CSS if you want to manually style your forms. So let me close this and let's try this form. So we are in the front end of our website. Let me scroll down, look for the contact page. Let me scroll here and let's write a message. So here is a message from Felix the cat. Let's hit submit. And there you go. We got this confirmation message. Thank you. And if I open my mailbox, as you can see, we got this email from Felix the cat. Meow. So both SureMail and SureForms work. Next, let's take care of how our emails look. So for that, you want to go to WooCommerce Settings, then click on the Emails tab. And if you want to change the content of the emails, you can click on Manage. So for example, if I click on Manage for the new order email, this is what I get, and you can change the content here. But right now, we're going to take care of how the emails actually look. So here we can scroll down and you can see here email sender options. So you can change the from name, the from email address, but we can also customize the way it looks. So here I'm going to click on logo to upload it, and I'm going to look for email because yes, I have a logo ready, and I'm going to pick this one here. Then hit select. Next, where you see footer text, I'm just going to keep it like this. I'm going to remove build with WooCommerce. So this is what comes here at the bottom. And once we save it, this will disappear. Next, we can play with our color palette. So the only thing I'm going to change is the accent color here, and I'm going to change it to this color. So now, if any part should use our accent color, it will use this color code. Now let's scroll down and hit Save Changes. And now let's test it. So I'm going to go to my orders. So orders. Then I'm going to open an order and I'm going to change this status to completed. I can also choose an action like send order details to customers and hit update. And now if I open my inbox as Marcus Doe as the customer, I can see I got the email. Now by default, most email clients don't show pictures. So I'm just going to click on show pictures. And here is our logo. And there you go. We got the image of the product. It's looking clean, minimal, and professional. And by the way, if we go back to WooCommerce Settings, then the Emails tab, and if we scroll down, as you can see here, I added an image and that shows a JPEG. And it's actually better to use a JPEG instead of a PNG because I've had mixed results. And given the fact you don't know on which email client your email is going to be read, it's better to play safe and use a JPEG. All right, next, let's take care of invoices because you would think this is like, the foundation. You need invoice. Most businesses need invoices in most countries. So let's go to plugins, add plugin, and then I'm just going to type PDF invoices and packing slips. And it's this plugin here. So click on install now and activate. Next, click on settings. Let's dismiss this notice and let's run the setup wizard. So let's add the shop address, then click next. Let's set our logo. So I'm just going to type logo and let me pick this one here, then hit set image, then click next, then select to which emails you would like to attach your invoice. And let's add it to completed order, but you can add 2 more emails if you want. Next, click next. And then here are some display options. It really depends on where your store is set up, but let's change this to always. Then let's add the email address, phone number, the invoice date, and the invoice number. Then click next. Choose the paper format. Let's keep A4. Next. Now you can decide to show action buttons on the PDF. We're not going to do that. So click on next. And there you go. You're good to go. Happy selling. So let's finish this. And here we can see a preview. And the first thing you notice is that the logo is way too big. That's a common joke with graphic designers that the customers always want the biggest logo. Well, here it's too big. It's too big to the point it's annoying. So let's scroll down and where you see here, you get the logo, then you got the logo height. Let's make it 2 millimeters. Okay, much better, much more subtle. It's an invoice. So here you can add your shop VAT number, Chamber of Commerce number, phone number, and so on. The rest of the settings are pretty self-explanatory. First, let me save changes. So you got documents, taxes, advanced, and of course you can upgrade if you need more features, but for this course, it's perfectly fine. We got a professional invoice looking good. We got invoice number, the date. Once again, depending on where your store is set up, the jurisdiction might be different. So you might want to go through all of these settings to make it match the law in the country where your online store is operating. Now let's test this. So let's go back to WooCommerce orders. Let's open this order. Let's put it as completed and let's hit update. And now let's go back to our customer inbox and refresh. Click on show picture. So here is our email and you can see we have an attachment. That's our invoice. So if I click on it, now I can download it. And here is our invoice downloaded to our computer. And now I'm on the website as Marcus Doe. And if I go to my account and go to orders, I can see that this order now has an invoice because it's marked as completed. So I can click on invoice and now I can preview the invoice in my browser. I can download it, print it, and so on. So as you can see, super professional. But now imagine for an ebook. For an ebook, you don't need to mark it as complete because for an ebook, it's delivered as soon as it's paid for. So in that case, we want our orders to be set as completed automatically without a need for an administrator or shop manager to manually mark it as complete. So for that, let's go to plugins, add plugin, and I'm gonna type autocomplete WooCommerce orders, and it's this one here. So click on install now and activate. Next, let me close this notice. And here we see autocomplete WooCommerce orders. So I'm going to click on settings and here you can choose the mode. So currently it's for virtual and downloadable offers, but you can say it's for all orders or just virtual orders. So I'm going to leave it as is, but at least you know where to find the option if you need to change it. Now I'm going to demonstrate this feature, but first we need a payment processor because so far we only have cash on delivery. And that means it still needs manual confirmation, which kind of defeats the purpose of the plugin we just added. So first we're going to add test payments with the WooPayments plugin. If you already have the WooPayments plugin installed, just go to Payments, Overview. But if you don't, in WordPress admin, go to plugins, add plugin. Then in the search field, type WooPayments. Then click install now and activate. Next, we're going to enable test mode. So for that, click here where you see I'm setting up a store for someone else. And then click on enable sandbox mode. Let it work in the background. And there you go. Test payments are enabled. And if you want to use test credit cards with WooPayments, here are a few that you can find. And of course, I'll put a link to this page in the description below. And if you're outside the US, you want to test foreign cards, you'll find some here too. And once again, you'll find the link just below. Now, test mode is great while you're building the website, but once you're ready to go live, here's what to do. And by the way, you don't have to do this now, but at least you know it's in the course and you can always come back to this moment once you're ready to go live. So first, we're going to add Stripe. And if you don't know, Stripe basically is the way you can get credit card payments. It's one of the most popular, if not the most popular payment processor. So all you need to do is create an account, just click on sign in. And here you can sign in with Google with a passkey, or you can create an account with your email address. So if you don't already have a Stripe account, now is the time to create it. It's pretty self-explanatory, just follow the steps. That will be handy in a moment. So to go live, click on the activate link, then click on activate payments. Next, choose the location of your business and select the type of legal entity for your business. Next, select the type of goods or services your business provides. Then click on continue. Next, click on add information. And next, enter the email address linked to your Stripe account. Then click on submit and enter your Stripe password. Once you've done that, click on submit. And next, enter your mobile phone number and click on submit. You will then be prompted to enter a verification code sent to that mobile number. And upon success, you'll be redirected to this page. Next, choose your existing Stripe business account or create a new one. I already have one, so I selected it. And next, click on continue. Here you can review and edit your details. And once everything is good, click on agree and submit. Let it work in the background. And there you go. You're now ready to accept payments. Congratulations. But there are a bunch of other payment processors. For example, with WooPayments, you can also add PayPal. PayPal is a digital payment platform that allows individuals and businesses to do online transactions. So to create an account, just go to paypal.com, click on sign up, and follow the self-explanatory instructions on screen. Next, in WordPress admin, go to WooCommerce Settings, then click on the Payments tab. You see PayPal payments here. So just click on Install and Complete Setup. Next, click on Activate PayPal Payments, choose your account type, and click on Continue. Next, select the type of products you will be selling. In our case, it's virtual and physical goods. Then click on Continue. Next, click on Connect to PayPal. Solve the security challenge. Enter the email address linked to your PayPal account and the PayPal region. Next, enter your password and click on Connection. Select whether you want to receive a text message or a WhatsApp message. Then click on Next and enter the verification code you've received. Then click on Send. And congratulations, you're now authorized to accept payments with PayPal. So next, click on the button to go back to WordPress admin, and you will be redirected to this screen where you see the active PayPal methods. At the top, you can also access various settings. And once all is good, click on Save. All right, once that is done, click back on PayPal payments and click on Enable. And congratulations, PayPal is now active on your website. Now, apart from credit card payments with Stripe and PayPal payments, you also have other options. So still in WooCommerce Settings, Payments, click on Manage. And here, if we scroll down, we see many more payment options we can enable and activate. And if you want even more options, just head to the WooCommerce Marketplace. I will also put the link in the description of this video. Next, switching between live and test mode. In case you want to go back to test mode for a payment processor, still in WooCommerce Settings, Payments, all you need to do is click on Manage. Then select the option Enable Test Mode, confirm the prompt, then scroll down. Next, click on Save Changes, then go back to WooPayments by clicking here, and there you go. Test mode is activated. And if for any reason you want to reactivate it, just click on Reactivate Payments. But in our case, we're not going to do it because we want to stay in test mode. So now that we have test payments enabled, we can test our shopping process as well as the autocomplete feature we just talked about. So now I'm connected as Marcus Doe. Let me go to the ebooks category and I want to buy this one, Run Faster, because I want to run faster. So let me click on Add to Cart, View Cart, and let's proceed to checkout. Now, very important, you want to scroll down. I already have my info here, but this time I don't want cash on delivery. I want flexible payment options. Hey, Video Editor K again. So here you see the old interface when I was using the Checkout Plugins plugin for connecting to Stripe. But now with the WooPayments plugin we installed, it would look like this. Just so you know. Okay, back to the video. And this is the credit card payment. So because we're using test mode, this is the details we should use. It's basically 42, 42, 42 all the way. So 4 times 42, the date you can put anything you want as long as it's in the future. And the security code, you can put anything you want. So let me click on place order and there you go. And as you can see, our download is available. And if we go back to my account, orders, you can see the invoice is there right away. And if we check our inbox, there you go. We see our invoice here and we can save it to our hard drive. So as you can see, both the autocomplete plugin and the payment processor work. So we're in business. Next, cart abandonment. Now, if you ever seen this, you go to a store, you put something in your cart, then something comes up, a notification or something, and then you completely forget about it. Well, that happens to all online businesses, and that results in a loss of revenue. Now, an easy way to fix this is this free plugin, WooCommerce Cart Abandonment Recovery, which by the way is already installed on your website because it was installed when you installed the starter template and CartFlows. And it's actually the strategy we are using on our website Brainstorm Force. This is the kind of email we send to our users when they don't complete the purchase of Astra Pro, which is the premium version of the free theme that we made for WordPress. And by utilizing the same strategy, you can get many people back to your store and completing their orders. So in WordPress admin, go to plugins, and then you will see WooCommerce Cart Abandonment Recovery. Click on settings, and here you can see a dashboard with recoverable orders, recovered orders, lost orders, and so on. Pretty self-explanatory. You also have follow-up emails, and more about this in a moment. And then you have settings. So here, make sure start capturing abandoned carts is set to on. You can change the cutoff time. Now the minimum is 10 minutes. And then you have options like disable tracking and exclude email sending for example, for processing orders, completed orders, but you can change that here. So now let's go back to follow-up emails. And as you can see here, we have a sequence of 3 emails. One that is sent 30 minutes after the trigger is triggered, then 1 day, then 3 days. And of course, you can change this. All you need to do is hover over the template and click on edit. So let's do this. So first of all, you need to activate the template. So you do it like this, but I'm not going to do it for the time being. So let me put it back. Then you have the template name, that's for internal purposes. But then here you have the email subject. This is what the customer will see. And then here you can change the text, but don't change this type of text. You see here with the brackets, these are variables. Like for example, the customer first name, the admin first name, company, as well as the link to unsubscribe if the customer wants to. So once you're happy with the changes, you can just click on update changes. But now let me demonstrate. There is a feature right here at the bottom, send test email to. So I'm just going to type an email address and let's click on send a test email. And now if I check my inbox, as you can see, we received this email with the correct subject. And if I open it, here is the content of the email. Now, this is a test email, so it doesn't show the names and all that, but you get the idea. And most importantly, you see this link here, continue your purchase now. And as the customer clicks, he will be redirected to finish the transaction. But now we can make this even better. So I'm still in my email here, and you see this option, use WooCommerce email style. So let me select this and hit update changes. And now let me scroll back down, and once again, I'm going to send a test email. And send. And now let's take a look. Let's show images. And as you can see now, we got the same email, but this time it's using the style that we already set in WooCommerce regarding the emails. So here is our accent color, and the email looks professional and according to our branding. Okay, now let's dive in with more dedicated WooCommerce settings. And for that, let's go to plugins. Let's scroll down, and you see we have 2 plugins that we previously deactivated, WooCommerce Shipping and then WooCommerce Shipping and Tax. Now they seem a bit redundant, so we're going to activate WooCommerce Shipping and Tax, and I'm going to delete the other one. Click OK. All right, so now let's activate WooCommerce Shipping and Tax. And here we are prompted to connect our store to a WordPress.com account. Don't ask me why, I'm just the messenger. It's a free account anyway. And once again, I suggest you open a new tab, but in the same browser, just go to WordPress.com this time, because there is WordPress.org and WordPress.com. So just go to WordPress.com, hit login. And then here you can either go with your email address or username, or you can use Google, Apple, and so on. Now I'm already connected to my WordPress.com account in the same browser, so I'm just going to hit connect. Then I get to this page and I'm going to click on approve. And there you go, setup complete. Got it, thanks. Okay, next, analytics. So in WordPress admin, you want to click on analytics, and this is beyond the scope of this course, but I just wanted to show you where you can have an overview of what you've been doing on your store. You can see your total sales, net sales, order, products sold, variations sold, and so on. Now, once again, that's beyond the scope of this course, but at least you know it's there. Now, of course, this is a new store. There's almost no sales, but you can imagine how valuable this information can be when you're actually running an online store. And this is the overview dashboard, but if you look here in the navigation, you get products, revenue, orders, variations, categories, coupons, taxes, downloads, stock, and then you have dedicated settings. And of course, the more sales you have, the more data you have, the more this is going to be a gold mine, helping you sell more and better in the future. Next, let's do a WooCommerce settings walkthrough and change some settings on the way. So in WordPress admin, you want to go to WooCommerce Settings. And first of all, you want to add the address of the store. Now that's super important because that's going to dictate what goes on with the taxes and the shipping. So let me do this. Next, you need to decide the selling locations. You can sell to all countries, or you can sell to all countries except, so you make exceptions, or you can sell to specific countries. But now bear in mind, if you restrict the store to specific countries, the same is going to hold true for your digital products like ebooks. So in this case, if you have a store with digital and physical products, it may be better to put sell to all countries and then have a very high flat rate for your physical products. But I understand that's not always doable. I just want you to keep that in mind if you have digital products. So next we have our shipping locations. By default, it's set to ship to all countries you sell to, which makes sense, but you could say ship to all countries. That's if you had a restricted list. Ship to specific countries only, and you can also disable shipping and shipping calculations. Next, you have the default customer location, which can be shop, country, region, no location, or you can geolocate, and even geolocate with page caching support. Now that really depends on the legislation, and I've been talking about this through this course. I really advise you at least to spend even 1 hour with a professional to ask, what is the legislation? How do I set up an e-commerce website to respect the legislation in the country where my online store is operating? Or maybe you can find that info for free online. Maybe you can buy templates, but I really strongly advise you to do your research because down the line is going to save you a lot of money, a lot of trouble. Okay, next we have enable taxes, and we want to toggle this on because I'm going to show you how you can actually calculate the taxes. So make sure you toggle this on. Next, we can enable or disable coupons. We're going to keep it because, coupons are great for business. And here you can decide whether or not you want to calculate coupon discounts sequentially. It's explained here. Once again, self-explanatory. Next, we have our currency options. So I'm just going to leave it as is and hit Save Changes. All right. Now let's move on to our Products tab. So here you can set which page is your shop page. So by default, it's this page when we install or start a template, but you could change it to another page. So I'm not going to do it. It works fine. I'm going to leave it as is. Next, we have add to cart behavior. For example, you could say you want to redirect to the cart page after a successful addition. That's pretty handy if you just have like one product, but if you want people to do multiple shopping, you may want to leave this option turned off as it is right now. Next, the rest is pretty self-explanatory. You can change the weight units. For the moment it's set in pounds, but you could choose kg, kilos. For example, if you are in the EU, you can also change dimension units from inches to meters, centimeters, and whatever you want, whatever your heart desires. Next, you can enable or disable product reviews, show a verified owner label. You can also decide reviews can only be left by verified owners. Next, you have product ratings. And I'm not going to change anything here, so nothing to change. But if you do, hit Save Changes. So here you can see we have a submenu. So inventory, you can enable stock management. You can say how long you want to hold the stock. If someone is trying to purchase, you could say 60 minutes maximum until it's paid. You can enable or disable low stock notification or out of stock notifications. Change notification recipients. Set the low stock threshold, the out of stock threshold, and decide whether or not you want to hide out of stock items from the catalog. Once again, all these options are pretty self-explanatory. Then we have downloadable products. So I'm not going to change anything here, but feel free to go through the options. Next, we have the approved download directories and the advanced features, but we're not going to touch on that. So next, let's click on the tax tab. And because we installed the dedicated WooCommerce tax plugin, we can enable automated taxes. Now that's super handy. Let me show you. But first of all, let's look at the options. So you can decide whether or not you want prices entered with tax. It depends on your country. Like in the US, usually you don't enter price with taxes, but in the EU, in many countries, you would do it. Next, you can calculate the tax based on customer shipping address, billing address, shop base address. For example, once again, in the EU, it's going to be completely different than in Brazil, for example. So once again, you need to look at the legislation in the country where you're operating. Next, we have shipping tax classes. And here by default, it's based on cart items, but it could be on the standard, reduced, or zero rate. More about that in a moment. You can decide to round your taxes at subtotal level instead of running per line. And this is more something your accountant can tell you. Next, you can add additional tax classes. So by default, it comes with standard, reduced rate, and zero rate. Don't panic, we're going to look at it in a moment. But you could add more here. You can add a line and type Like this could be an additional tax class. Next, you can decide how you display the prices in the shop, excluding or including tax, and how you display prices during cart and checkout. Again, excluding or including tax. Now, it's better to be consistent when you make those choices. If you want to exclude tax, might be better to just keep it consistent between the two. Next, you can add a price display suffix. So this is what comes after the price. For example, this could be including VAT if you are in the EU. And finally, you can display tax totals, itemized or as a single total. All right, let's save changes. And now we've enabled automated taxes. Now let's demonstrate. So I'm logged in as Marcus Doe and I want to buy these, the Astra Cinco. So let me click on it. Let me pick size 9 and let me pick this color. Now let me click on add to cart and let's view our cart. So right now there is free shipping to California and we'll change this later. But now let me change the address. So I'm going to click here, city United States, but I'm going to choose Florida. And I want you to take a look at this before we save. Currently, it thinks we are in California, so the tax estimation is set to $0. But now we're changing the address. So Florida, Miami, with the correct zip code, and let's hit update. And as you can see, the tax is now $10.50. So the total is $160.50. Now, for example, let me change the address and let's change it to France, city, Paris, with the correct postal code, and let's hit update. And boom, back to 0. So as you can see, the system automatically knows how to assign taxes. But there is a caveat, and we can find out about it right here in our settings. If you click on this link, you land on this page. And as you can see, it only has a selected number of supported countries. So if you're lucky enough that your country is within those countries, then you're set. But if you are in the majority, which is the majority of the rest of the planet, then you cannot use this automated feature. So in that case, let me show you how to do it manually. So first of all, I'm going to change this option to disable automated taxes and hit save changes. And now if I click on standard rates, you can see it kept this line from the automated feature. So that's for Florida and it's the correct settings. But let's add some more. Insert row. Here you can choose the country. So I'm going to start typing US and you can see here I have a choice. So let me select US, United States of America. You can either select which state, which zip code, which city, but let's keep it simple here. So basically here I have a line for Florida and then a line for the rest of the United States. So first the system is going to look for United States, going to find this line, and then it's going to look, is there something specific for Florida? That is, if the customer has an address in Florida. So here I have the rates. I'm going to put 10%. Now this is not the real tax rate. I'm just making it simple here. So 10%, and you can give it a tax name. I'm going to call it US all. Then here you can decide whether or not you want to compound, and compound means tax rates are applied on top of other tax rates. Once again, something your accountant can tell you. The best thing you could do is set up 1 hour with an accountant, sit there and just go through the settings with your accountant. Or even better, give them access. And finally, you can decide whether or not this tax rate also gets applied to shipping. In our case, let's keep it simple. I'm just going to deactivate it. Now let's add some more. Let's add one row for Canada. So let me type CA, select Canada. Let's give it a tax rate of 20% and let's call it Canada. Next, I'm going to unselect shipping and let's add one more row. And that's going to be the rest of the world, basically. So I'm not going to put any country here. The tax rate is going to be set to 30%, and I'm going to call it world. Unselect shipping and hit save changes. And now let's demonstrate. So in the last demonstration, this is where we left off. We're in Paris. It was $0 as a tax, but now we changed it to 30%. So now let me refresh. And as you can see, the tax is now $45. On top of the $150 of the shoes. So total $195. All right, let's change this. Let's make it to Canada. So let me change the address. Now let's hit update. And now the tax is 20%, so $30. Total $180. So far, it's consistent with what we set up. All right, next, let's change the address to California. Enter a different address. and let's hit update. And now the tax is $15, so 10%. All right, last but not least, let's change address to Florida. Let's hit update. And the tax is $10.50, so 7% of our tax rate for Florida, as you can see here. So as you can see, it works perfectly fine. Now let's talk about reduce rates. So if you click here, you can add reduce rates. So if I insert a row, for example, I can put United States. Say the tax rate is 1% when it's for teddy bears, for example. This is just the tax name, but let's say, in some countries, like alcohol is going to be taxed differently than electronics and so on. And just to give you an idea, I put teddy bears, but you get the point. You can have reduced rates. Once again, depending on the legislation where your store is operating. So for the time being, I'm just going to remove this. Next, we have zero rates. Depending on the legislation, some things might not be taxed. Like for example, if I'm correct, in California, digital goods are not taxed. So in this case, you want to add a 0% rate, and then you would open your product. For example, here, the Just Run ebook, look for general in product data. So general tax class. And here you want to change it from standard to 0 rate, for example. Okay, next, let's talk about shipping. So still in WooCommerce settings, you want to click on the shipping tab. And here you can see a little onboarding from WooCommerce. How cute. But I'm just going to do it for you. So let me close this. And from the get-go, if you recall, we deleted a plugin called WooCommerce Shipping because I said it could be redundant with the other plugin we have, which is WooCommerce Tax and Shipping. But in case you want to use services like USPS, UPS, and DHL Express, straight from your WooCommerce dashboard, you can reinstall it. We're not going to do this here, but you get the idea. All right, so here you can see currently we have 2 zones, United States and rest of the world. And you can think of shipping zones as a set of rules for various zones on the planet. How much the shipping is going to cost, a little bit like the taxes. So in our case, for demonstration purposes, we're going to create a few zones. So right now we have United States all, but we can edit this. So let me click edit, and I'm going to change this to Florida, US. So here I'm going to remove this zone. I'm just going to type Florida, and there you go. I'm just going to select this and keep it like that. Now I could even limit it to specific zip codes, but I'm not going to do it. Next, we have the shipping methods. And there's 3 types of shipping methods. Free shipping, and then if I click on add shipping, you see the other 2, flat rate and local pickup. Now we already have free shipping. I'm going to click on edit, and you can decide whether or not there is a free requirement. Now, let's say our store is based in Florida, so I want to offer free shipping to everyone in Florida. So I'm going to keep it as no requirement. But I should say for other states, a valid free shipping coupon should exist, a minimum order amount, or a combination of those. So I'm going to keep it like that. And for Florida, I'm not going to add any more methods. So once again, if you've made changes elsewhere on the page, make sure you hit save changes. But in our case, we're just going to go back to shipping zones and add a new zone. So this time I'm going to call it United States, US. And here I'm just going to type United States. So now it's all of America, but don't worry. If someone is trying to order from Florida, then WooCommerce will know it needs to apply specifically details for Florida. All right, that being said, now I'm going to add shipping methods. So first I'm going to add a free shipping method. And by the way, make sure if you want to add a free shipping method, make sure it always comes first. Why? Well, simply because when people are in the checkout, the first shipping method that appears will be the default method. So if they are entitled to free shipping, you don't want to put a paid shipping first because they might find out afterwards and they might think, I overpaid and ask for refunds, yada, yada, yada. That's a lot of headaches for nothing. So if there's free shipping, it always comes first. Just remember that. Next, I'm going to click on continue. And for the requirements, I'm going to select a minimum order amount and I'm going to put $150. Now, if you look at the products on our store, the prices range from $19 to $160. So basically what we're saying here is that if you spend a lot, we're going to make the shipping free, which makes sense both for the customer and also for us. We still need to make money, but since they're spending more, we want to reward them. Now here you can decide whether or not you want to apply minimum order rule before coupon discount, but let's keep it as it is. Hit create and save, and let's add a new shipping method, and this time it's the flat rate. Click continue. Now you can change the name of the rate, but let's keep it like this. Tax status, taxable or none, and the cost. So let's make it $10 for the rest of the US, and hit create and save. Now we're not going to add the third method, which is local pickup, but that would make sense, for example, if you're a store like a franchise and you have several outlets and you have places where people can come and pick up the items. So you could add this, but once again, we're not going to do it here. All right, now let's go back and let's add a new zone. This time, let's call it Canada, and then zone region. Guess where it is? Canada, of course. All right, let's add shipping methods, and let's add a free shipping, but this time for orders above $200. Now you could say Canada is just a neighbor, so we still want to offer free shipping. Just imagine maybe you have a large portion of your customers coming from Canada, so you may want to add this, but since it's a bit further, it costs more. So instead of $150 as a threshold, we choose $200. So hit create and save. And now let's add a new method, flat rate, continue. And this time, let's make the cost $20 and create and save. All right, let's go back and we have one more zone. Actually, it's already there, rest of the world. So let's just click on edit, add shipping method. Let's add free shipping, this time for orders above $300. So 300, let's create and save. And then let's add a flat rate shipping method. Continue. And this time the cost is going to be $50. And let's create and save. Now I'm going to demonstrate, but just for the purpose of demonstration, I'm going to remove the tax calculation from the shipping. That's going to make it easier. So let me edit our flat rate. And let's change this to none. And let's do the same thing for our other zones. But of course, in real life, once again, you have to check with your accountant. More than likely, you're not gonna make it not taxable. But in some countries, it might be the case. So let's edit the United States shipping zone, flat rate, edit, tax status set to none. Let's go back and let's do the same thing for Canada. Edit, edit flat rate, and taxable status set to none. All right, so now let's demonstrate. So back in our store, I'm just going to remove these products. And now let me go back to our store, footwear, and let me select the Astra Uno model. Let's add to cart, view cart. And now as you can see, the shipping is free because our address is in Florida. But now let's change it. The address is now in California. Let's update. And as you can see, the shipping has a flat rate of $10 because it's in the US, but not in Florida. So far, so good. Now let's change it again. Let me scroll. Let's change it to Canada. Let me hit update. And now the flat rate is $20 as expected. And last but not least, let's change it to France. Let's update. And this time our flat rate is $50. Once again, as expected, because this is what we set up. Now let's take a look at another example. So here we are about to order the Astra Run Quattro, which is $140. So based in Canada, there is no free shipping because it's under $200. But now look at this. I'm going to update from 1 to 2, update cart, and boom, now we get free shipping because we're over $200. Now let's change the address. Let me scroll. Let's change the address to France. Let's hit update. And now we're back to a flat rate of $50 US, right? But now look at this. I'm gonna change it, update it. So now it's $420. So basically it's over $300. So now we get free shipping. And that's why I told you also earlier, put free shipping first. Because when we created the rules, if we put free shipping after the flat rate, by default, it would choose the flat rate no matter what. But now it chose free shipping. So you get the idea, and I hope that you now have a better understanding of how all of this works. Now let's take a look at our shipping settings. And here we can decide whether or not we want to enable the shipping calculator on the cart page, whether or not we want to hide shipping costs until an address is entered. Then we have settings about the shipping destination, whether it defaults to customer shipping address, billing address, or if you want to force shipping to the customer billing address. Next, we have classes, but before we touch on classes, let me click on WooCommerce shipping. And this is if you want to print labels instead of going to the post office. So basically you can select the paper size and then you add your credit card, and from there you can print shipping labels. You can add boxes, envelopes, and other packages that you use most frequently. But we're not gonna deal with this here, so let me go back up and let's click on classes. And now you can use shipping classes to customize the shipping rates for different groups of products, such as heavy items, for example. Let's say you decide you have a light package, medium, and heavy, and you want different shipping costs based on those variables. So for example, for us, we already have the standard shipping. That's what we just set up just a moment ago. But let's say we have a heavy package. For example, the Astra Uno in our website, in our scenario, it's a collector package. It's not a pair of shoes you're going to use. It's just one size, one color. It's just the first ever model of Astra Run, and it's a collector item. But let's say we deliver it in a very heavy wooden box or even in a stone box, or you get the idea. And let's say we want a heavy package for that. The shipping is going to be different. Well, let me show you how to do it. So let's click on Add Shipping Class and let's call it Heavy. Next, you need to type a slug, which is a unique identifier. So in our example, heavy packages. And then you can give it a description. For example, higher fees for heavier packages, and then hit create. Okay, so now let's go back to shipping zones and let's open the rest of the world zone. So click on edit, then click on edit flat rate. And here we can add an additional cost for heavy shipping class. So I'm going to add $50 US. And then for the no shipping class cost is going to be $0. Now, the way you need to think about this is by default, it's going to cost $50 to ship anything to the rest of the world. That's what we set up before. And then the shipping class costs come on top of what already exists. So if it's heavy, it's going to be an additional $50, making the total $100 to ship the heavy package. But if there is no additional shipping costs, we set it at $0, and thus it's just going to cost $50 as usual. Now, here for the calculation type, it's set to per class by default. Charge shipping for each shipping class individually, but you can change it to per order. Charge shipping for the most expensive shipping class. Now, I suggest you leave it as is. So let's hit save. Okay, next we need to change something in our product. So for that, you want to go to products. Let's look for Astra Uno and click on it. And then let's scroll down. Then in product data, locate the shipping tab. And where you see shipping class, we're going to select heavy. Now, as you can see here, you can also use the weight, the length, but we're not going to go into this. But in my opinion, the easiest way to deal with this is you could say when a package is above that size and that weight, it belongs to the heavy shipping class. You could have heavy, medium, or whatever kind of categorization you want to give it. But here we're just going to keep it simple and choose the heavy shipping class. Now let me scroll back up and hit update. And now if I go back to the front end, if you recall, we already added the Astra Uno in our cart and with the address set in France. So now I'm just going to refresh, but look at the numbers. Currently, the flat rate is $50 US. Now I'm going to refresh and there you go. The flat rate is now $100. So at this point in the project, this is where you would go back to your products, open each product individually and make sure you set the correct shipping classes as well as the correct tax status while you're at it. Okay, now let's go back to WooCommerce Settings and let's click on the Payments tab. Hey, Video Editor K again. So we already saw all of this in the segment dedicated to payment processors where we enable Stripe and PayPal. And once again, since the initial recording, WooCommerce has made some user interface changes. So at the time I'm recording this, this would be the new interface. And if you're still in test mode and want to go live, all you need to do is click on Reactivate Payments. And voila, Stripe is now in live mode and can accept real payments. Okay, back to the video. Okay, back in WooCommerce Settings, I'm going to click on Account and Privacy. And we already went through this earlier on in the course, but I just leave it here so that you can pause or make a screenshot if you want to double check your settings. Next, emails. And once again, we went through that before, but just as a reminder, if you want to change the content of a specific email, you click on manage, and then you get to this form. You can change the elements. But if you want to change the design, let me go back. I'm going to scroll down here and you can change all the aesthetics right here. Okay, so let's scroll back up. Next, you have the integration tab, and that's if you're using something called Maxmind geolocation. So if you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. Next, we have site visibility, and that's one of the first things we changed when we installed the starter template and started creating this website. We put it in live mode, but more than likely, while you're working on it, you might leave it as coming soon so that people who have the URL cannot see exactly what you're working on, for the store at least. But we left it on live. Next, advanced, and this is where you can make mistakes, so be cautious. But basically, you can decide which page is the cart page, the checkout page, the My Account page, as well as the terms and conditions. Actually, let's do it. I'm just going to start typing terms, and there you go. So that the system knows dynamically when it has to link to the terms and conditions, they should point to that page. Next, we have checkout endpoints, and if you don't know what it is, you probably don't need it. Account endpoints, same thing. And let's save changes because we changed the terms and condition page. And next, still in advance, you have things like REST API, webhooks, legacy API, WooCommerce.com, and features. But this is beyond the scope of this course. And if you are as advanced, you probably know what to do anyway. All right, next we have the autocomplete orders tab, but we already went through this when we installed the plugin and we checked that it works. Okay, now let's talk about coupons. Everybody loves coupons, right? So in WP admin, you want to go to WooCommerce, coupons, and let's create our first coupon. First, let's give it a name. Let's call it Astra Run 50. Let's give it a description, 50% off. And next we can decide the type of discount. Is it a fixed card discount, a percentage discount, or a fixed product discount? In our case, it's going to be a percentage discount and the amount is going to be 50%. Now here you can grant free shipping. We're not going to deal with this, but you know the option exists. And you can also give it a coupon expiry date. Very handy. For example, if it's for Valentine's or if it's for Christmas, well, you get the idea. Next, we have the usage restriction tab, and here we have a bunch of options. We can specify minimum spend, maximum spend, individual use, we can exclude sale items, we can decide for which products, we can exclude products. Pretty self-explanatory. Basically, you can create your own rule, but let's keep it simple. So I'm just going to leave it as is, and then here we have the usage limit. Is it unlimited or is it one time, two times, and so on? Let's keep it unlimited. So let me remove this. Is it limit usage to X number of items? So maybe it's just for one item or two items. And next, is the usage limited per user? Is it unlimited usage or is it once per user? They can use it for everything in the cart, but only once, for example. So once again, you can decide on the rules. Let's make it unlimited. Let's make it the best coupon ever. Actually, more than 50% would be better, but you get the point. So let's hit publish. And now let's go back to the front end. Now I'm going to refresh this page. And then here, I'm going to apply the coupon. I'm going to type the coupon. Actually, I'm just going to paste it as around 50. So look at the price first. So this is our price. And then I'm just going to apply the coupon. And you can see the price has been divided by 2. So the price of the item is $110 and now it's $55. So it worked. Of course, the shipping tax is very bad because that's ordering in Paris, France, but let's change it to Florida, United States. Let me scroll. Let's update. And as you can see now, free shipping, very limited taxes, and the total is $58.85. Now, one more thing we need to take a look at is tracking. Because yes, it's always nice to know where your product is when you just purchased it. Now, there's a bunch of existing solutions depending on which carrier you're using, and that's not what we're going to talk about because there's too many carriers and solutions to incorporate this into this course. But what I'm going to share with you is a free and manual way to share tracking information with your customers. So let's go to WooCommerce, orders, and next I'm going to open an order for a physical product. And here I'm going to scroll down, and here I'm going to add a note, and I'm going to add this. Dear customer, your order is on the way. This is your tracking number and then a URL. Just imagine that this is the tracking URL. And then all I need to do is click here and change it to note to customer. then click on add, and there you go. The note should be on the way. Let me scroll back up. Now let's update. And now if I go back to my inbox as Marcus Doe, let me show images. Here you see this email, a note has been added to your order. And here is our message. So while this is a manual solution, it's still helpful and it's free. But of course, if you're using a dedicated solution, you may want to look into whether or not they have a WooCommerce extension, because usually it's pretty easy to set up and it comes with documentation. But at least if you wanted a quick solution, now you have it. Okay, we've covered a lot. And at this point, it would be a good idea to create a backup of your website. And if you don't know how to do this, I will link to this video in the description below. Now, in the next segment, we will take a complete tour of the complete customer and seller experience. So let me tell you how this works. When you see this color, it's the admin or shop manager. And when you see this color, it's the customer. Yeah, I know, they look very similar. They might even be related. Yeah. Okay, let's start with experience number 1. I'm Brian Doe. Yes, I am Brian Doe, and I want to buy an ebook about running because I started running not too long ago, but I feel like I can't reach the level I want to reach. So one of my friends told me you might as well get an ebook from Astra Run. You know, they have good ebooks about running. So let me go on their website. So let me scroll and they sell shoes. Do they even sell ebooks? Let me go back up. Shop. Oh, there you go. Ebooks. All right, so, okay, nice. I can filter by price, but they have 3 ebooks. Okay, so yeah, let me start with this one. You know, $19, seems like a pretty good deal. Just run. Let me take a look. Everyone to Run Better, revolutionary book. Okay, looks nice. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's pull the trigger. Oh, what is this? So many people are praising this book. Yeah, let me get it, definitely. All right, so let me type my info. So here's my email address, my name. So now let me scroll down. Okay, now let's fill in the rest of the info. My address and phone number. Now let me scroll down. Okay, let me add my credit card details. All right, let me scroll. I have read the terms and conditions. Of course, I read it all. Let me click on place order. Oh, wait, here's a special offer. So they're offering me a $50 discount on their most expensive ebook. $48 instead of $98. Not a bad deal. But nah, like my budget was like max $30. So let me just skip this. Even $30 is too much. I don't want to spend that much. I think $20 was, wait, before you go, let me get to the point. So, so now they're offering me this one. And I guess it's a one-time offer. I get $30 off. Now I'm hesitating. $20, 28. Oh, you know what? Let's pull the trigger. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. So replace my order. And there you go. My order is complete. Now, I guess they sent me an email. So let me check my email. Oh, I got 3 emails. So the first one is your account has been created. All right, so I can set my new password. So here I get my username. All right, let me click on this. All right, so let me set my new password and let me re-enter it. All right, let's save. Cool, and then I guess I can just go to my account. Oh, of course, they're asking me to log in. So my username is this. And let me type my password and log in. All right, so now let me go to orders. Okay, cool. Why do I have 2 invoices? Okay, all right, they canceled the first one, and here's the invoice for the second one. All right, cool. Where are my downloads? Here are my downloads. Oh, here's my ebook. So I guess I can just download it. So let me save it here. And here's my ebook. Let me open it. Awesome. I can't wait to get better at running. Hey there. I'm the proud owner of the Astra Run online store. And I can see I got a new order. Cha-ching! Now, let me check it out. Okay, so someone went through the funnel and, all right, got the Run Faster ebook. And now password change. All right, Brian Doe changed his password. Okay, so he logged in. Now money's in the bank, so it's all good. And if I check on my online store, I can see my order here. All right, great. So the customer is based in New York. Awesome. We're off to a good day today. But now let's move on to scenario number 2. Hey, hello again, Brian Doe here. So I got this Run Faster ebook. It's great, but I feel like I can get something even better. I got much better at running, but now, the Runology book kind of sparked my interest. So, let me go back on the Astra Run website. I'm logged in, I already have my account. So I remember the name is Runology. Let me just start typing this. Runology was like that, I think. Yeah, that's the one. All right, let me open this. And okay, what was the difference here? I mean, I'm totally convinced. Let me click on add to cart. Now let's view my cart. All right, what's about the tax? All right, $10. Not bad. Let's proceed to checkout. My info was already in there because I'm, logged in with my account. So yes, I've read and agreed to the website terms and condition, of course. So let me click on place order. I wish I had taken that offer when they had that one-time offer, I would have gotten this book for like $50. And there you go. So I can now download the product. I guess, I can download right here. Awesome, let me do that. Let's save this. And great, here's my ebook. And now I'm probably the next Usain Bolt. Wait, what's the name here? Usain Tolb? Huh, yeah. Hey, it's me, Kay, the shop manager. Seems like we got a new sale, Runology, wow. Man, I love these cha-ching emails. So that was for scenario number 2, but now let's move on to scenario number 3. Hey, how you doing? You still there? Yeah, it's still me, Brian Doe, remember me? Yeah, well, I got these ebooks and I got so much better. But now there's an issue. I still have my old pair of sneakers and they're running shoes, but they're really bad. They're from the competition, so they must be bad, right? So now I want to buy a Astra Run pair of shoes. I want like top of the line. All right, so I'm back on the Astra Run website. Am I still logged in? Let me check. Let me click on my account. Oh yeah, I'm still logged in. All right, let's go to shop and footwear. Yeah, footwear. All right, so they have 6 models. Yeah, the best looking one in my opinion is this one, but of course it's the most expensive. All right, let me check this out. Bro, this is dope. I really like the blue actually. This one is not bad either. All right, let me check. So size 9 and actually, all right, they only have the blue in stock. Well, that's my luck. I wanted the blue anyway. So yeah, let me get this one. Let's add to cart. All right, let me view my cart and great. Okay, cool. I get free shipping. That's awesome. Probably because I spent a certain amount, I guess. Wink, wink. Actually, let me double check. Let me remove this. Let me return to shop. Let me pick this one here. One of the cheapest ones. All right, let me add to cart. Let me view my cart. All right, and now I have $10 shipping. I see what you're doing here, Astra Run. I see. All right, actually I want those ones. These are the ones I want. Let me click on it and let me order it. So 9, size 9, blue. Let's add to cart. Great. And let's remove this one, which I don't need anymore. I want top of the line. I want the Astra Run Says. All right. And I enjoy that free shipping. Yeah. All right. 10% taxes. All right. Let's proceed to checkout. Info is still the same. Do you want to ship to a different address? Huh. Actually, I don't know. No, I ain't shipping my precious Astra Run Says to any other address. What you thinking? All right. Let me scroll down. Of course, I've read the terms and condition. And let me place order. And there you go. I can't wait to get my new Astra Run running shoes. Now, let me double check. Everything went smoothly. Let me see my order. All right. Still processing. Yeah, I guess it'll be completed once I receive my order. Now, let me check my email. And there it is. Thank you for your order. All right, great. That's the correct address. Okay, perfect. I guess now all I need to do is wait. Are they going to send me some tracking info? Hey, it's you again? Yeah, it's me, Kay, the shop manager. Let me check my email because I heard some cha-ching sound. And yeah, there you go. See? Cha-ching, you got a new order. Woo, you receive a new order from Brian Doe. I mean, that's one of my best customers. So he got the Astra Run Says, like top of the line. I mean, he's lucky. Size 9 blue. If I recall, we're low on stock for these ones. They sell out like hotcakes. All right, so it's on the way. Let me send the tracking info. So let me log into my store. Sales are getting good today. Now let me go to WooCommerce orders. All right, I guess that's this one. Yeah, 3542. Let me open it. All right, so let me send the customer the tracking info. Note to customer, and let's add. All right, great. Let me update, and boom, we're done. Hey, you still here? Seriously? Yes, it's me, Brian Doe. Let me open my mailbox. Just want to check. I'm still waiting. All right, note has been added. So here's my tracking link. Great. So now I can finally track my Astra run sales. I can't wait. A few days later. So I got them. They're here. Yes, I know. It's not the same color. Just pretend. Just pretend it's the Astra run sales. And I'm on my way to become the best runner in town. Yeah. Hey, Kay, the shop manager here. I got a notification from the carrier that the package was delivered. So let me change the order from processing to completed, and let's update our order. Cool, so the invoice has been automatically generated. Hey, Brian Doe here. So you still here? But do you have a life? Really? Come on. So let me check my email because I want to check if I got my invoice. Oh, there you go. I got the email and here's the invoice. So let me save it. All right, there it is. So here is my invoice. Awesome. And let me check on the website. So if I go to my account, orders, all right, I see all my products and my invoices. So basically I can get it from here also. Great. Let me put in a good review for this store. Actually, I really like my Astra run sales. So let me give it a review. So let me just type sales, enter. Yeah, these are the ones. All right, reviews. I can't believe how great these are. A piece of art. And I run much faster with it. Yeah, I do. Let me submit this. Oh, I need to select the rating. 5, of course. Let's submit. And there you go. Your review is awaiting approval. Hey, Kay here, your favorite shop manager. So I got this email. Let me take a look. All right, a new comment has been posted. So what is this comment about? Great comment. Yeah, let me approve it. So let me click here to approve it. All right, and let's approve this. So now if we take a look at our product in the front end and refresh, there you go. We got a comment from Brian Doe, which is a verified owner. 5 stars. And if we look at it in the shop, it looks good with those 5 stars. We need more for each and every product. So Brian Doe, if you're watching this, please buy all of our stock and just add 5-star reviews. You can do it. I know you can. Yeah. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed these little scenarios because they really show what goes on when you create an e-commerce website, what goes on the side of the customer and on the side of the admin or shop manager. Now, we took a look at the physical products like the shoes as well as the ebooks. Now, if you recall, we have other types of products like the Astra Run coaching session, which is a virtual product, and the group product. The principle is the same as what we saw in these scenarios. The only difference here is the affiliate product. So if I click on the energy gel shots, then I have a buy on Amazon button. And if I click on it, I land on this page and then I will go through the process of purchasing with Amazon. That's the only difference. But for the rest of the product types, you can apply the same principles we saw in those scenarios. Now, let's talk about troubleshooting. If you manage to publish your website without any single hiccup, I'll buy you a virtual drink. But more than likely, you will overlook or forget some things. And in this segment, we'll fix this. So I noticed a mistake, and the mistake is simple. There is no way to access my account because the My Account logo is not available when you are in tablet and in mobile mode. So let's fix this. So in WordPress admin, you want to go to Astra Customize. Then you want to hover over the My Account icon here and click on the pencil icon. All right. So you see here we have account. But now if we move into tablet mode, account disappeared. So let's click on the plus sign and add account. Great. Now let's check mobile mode. And because we added it in tablet mode, it's now also available in mobile mode. And if you go to design, margin, we can reduce the spacing. So I'm just going to type 0. And as you can see, it reduced the space between those two icons. Now let me go back in tablet mode and let me do the same thing. Let me type 0 so that the two icons are closer. And let's hit publish. Now, one more thing I notice here when I look at this hero section is that on tablet, we could have more padding around the content. So let's get out of here. Then let's go to Astra visit site and let's click on edit homepage. Now let's go in tablet mode. Let's open the document overview and let's select our hero container. Next, let's go to style and let's scroll down and open the spacing subtab. And let's change the padding to 60 pixels. Okay, much better. Let's hit save. And now let's go back to the front end and refresh. Much better. More spacing. And we have our My Account icon. Now let's take a look at the mobile version. Let's refresh. And there you go. Here is our icon. Now another thing I've noticed is that our store checkout looks like this. Now you may think this is normal if I scroll down, but as you can see, the order details are here. And actually, they should be here, and this should be sticky. This is linked to the way WooCommerce handles the dynamic terms and conditions page. And to cut a long story short, the CartFlows team came with a fix, so by the time you are watching this video, the issue has already been resolved. Now another thing I noticed is that if we go to our shop and scroll down here, we see our hottest deals. So by default, if a product is on sale, it will appear here. Now, instead of being on 2 columns, it's better if you put it on 1 column, because if there is only one product on sale, it doesn't really look good like that. It's a bit too small anyway. So for that, in WordPress, you want to go to Astra Customize, then go to WooCommerce, Product Catalog, and then here let's scroll down, and here you can click on the pencil icon. Next, let's scroll down here. Let's click here on our image, then click on the 3 dots and click on Show More Settings. And finally here where you see column, you want to change it from 2 to 1. And voila, so let's publish. And now if you go back to the front end and refresh, there you go. Woo! Congratulations! Thank you for following this course. We spent a lot of time together, and I really appreciate you taking the time to go from beginning to end. My hope is that this course really helps you to understand how you can create a professional grade WooCommerce website. So now you can either build your own e-commerce website, or you could be selling the service of building WooCommerce websites. Pick your flavor. You can even do both. Because at this point, if you followed up to here, you should now have a professional WooCommerce website worth a lot of money. The website alone is worth a few $1,000s. Anything from 5 to 20K plus, depending on where you live. Actually, when I was running my small agency, a simple e-commerce website started at 5K. So just imagine, and it was simple. Like it was the basic, no variations, just the most simple e-commerce website. Still looking good, of course, but simple in terms of features. So just imagine how much you could charge for this one. So if you get any value out of this course, please give it a thumbs up. I don't ask often, but I think this is the time to do it. And of course, if you're not subscribed, are you serious? Come on, it's just 1 click. Okay, let me check. Oh, you did it. Thank you. Now let's take a last quick tour of our responsive WooCommerce website. Now, I'm super proud of you that you got up to this point, and if you actually want to get better with the tools we've been using, we also created a dedicated course about the Spectra Visual Website Builder, especially the lesson about the checklist to launch your website. Now, of course, I will link those resources in the description below. Woo! I can't believe it's done! Let me pat myself on the back. And you should too. You should pat yourself on the back. Now, if you enjoyed this course and the content, and if you want more out of it, make sure you click on the video appearing on screen and get ready to level up. It's done and cut.